take your seats, please, members of the council. Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call this special city council meeting to order. This being May the 14th, 2026. And I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Present. Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Councilman Ritz.
Present.
Councilman Trafficante.
Present.
Councilwoman Vaziri. Present. Councilman Campopiano.
Present.
Councilman Bonanno.
Present.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Present.
Council President Wall.
Before we start, I'm going to put out a little bit of a program note. So, you know, we have a big audience this evening. First, we're going to have every member of the public who would like to speak. We're going to hear you this evening. Some people have signed up. There are some people online. And at the end, if there's still some people who didn't get on the sign-up sheet, we'll hear you. Because of the large group, we are going to have a 3-minute time limit. Please stick to that. I'm going to warn you about 15 seconds before that and finish up about 3 minutes so everybody has an opportunity. Yes, Councilman Bonanno.
I just want to mention, because I don't want to be rude to anybody that's speaking.
Absolutely.
I have to get up and leave and go next door to Cranston East. I'm giving out a scholarship on behalf of the Thunderbolt Alumni Association. So if you're the person that's speaking, I just want to let you know, I really want to stay here, but I also want to be there. So I don't want to be rude. So thank you, Mr. President. I will be back afterwards.
Thank you, Councilman. Before we even start that, and just as well, I can tell you this evening, we're going to see here amendments from the members of the council. We also have a resolution. When it comes to that, I'll explain it because I think there are some misconceptions out there in the press, but I'll be very clear on why I put it in there. And prior to that, we're going to hear, there's a situation with the Department of Revenue. We're going to hear from Attorney Marcello, and then I'm going to take public comment, and then we'll go through the agenda. But I want everybody to know where we are at this point. So I'm going to turn the microphone. You want to go down there, Michael? Uh-oh. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. In your packet tonight, there's a memo that I wrote today relating to the timeline that we now are under based upon the changes that we are facing. I'm sorry. So in your packet, there's a memo that outlines some of the challenges that this council is facing based upon the timeline that is in the charter. As you know, the Cranston Home Rule Charter states that the city council shall act finally on the operating budget and appropriation ordinance not later than the 15th day of May, which is tomorrow. It also states that if the city council has not adopted with or without amendment, the operating budget and appropriations as proposed by the mayor's budget becomes the effective budget. So before you tonight is the mayor's amended budget, which is a 4% levy and the spending cuts and other things that he has proposed. However, there's a state law that also requires that, and it's called the Property Tax and Fiscal Disclosure Act, whose purpose is to establish a procedure under which towns and cities may levy property taxes and provide for full disclosure of the effective rate and base changes on property tax. That law specifically says that the law states that in addition to existing town and city charter provisions pertaining to public hearings regarding city budget adoptions, each city and town shall provide for a public hearing and for full property tax disclosure as set forth in this chapter. So in short, you have to comply with the state law and you have to comply with the state, your home rule charter. There's two procedures. The state law requires that a city's chief elected officer in each city or town shall cause to be published the property tax rate and the adjusted current property tax rate for the city or town, and that no property tax levy in excess of that in the current fiscal year shall be leveled until a public hearing has been held as outlined in another section of the law. So in other words, it's saying that you have to have a public hearing on the mayor's proposed budget, especially if it increases the expenditures. The proposed property tax increase has to be published in a newspaper of general circulation at least 10 days prior to the date of the public hearing in which the property tax increase and budget is to be considered. Under the statute, the responsibility of publishing that notice is with and the budget summary rests with the administration. Before the notice can be published, the proposed budget and tax rate and its calculation must be approved by the Department of Revenue. As I noted, as defined, the last date, under the rules and regulations of the Department of Regulation, the first hearing for the purpose of adopting the city budget is defined as that hearing which presents a citizens with the last opportunity to have a recommendation for change in the proposed implemented budget. In other words, we have to give the citizens an opportunity to speak on the last day possible for the city or town council to adopt the budget. In this case, that last day is tomorrow, the 15th. However, as I indicated, before that hearing can even occur, separate from our charter, the notice of that rate and the budget has to be published in the newspaper 10 days before the May 15th. That date was not done. So we're a little bit in a conundrum because we're not complying with state law for the notice to be published. So in meeting with the mayor and the finance director yesterday, here's what's going to have to happen. On the 15th, it'll be my recommendation that the city council adopt, amend, whatever you do with the budget, subject to compliance with state law. What is going to happen after that is that and I think the advertisement has already been put in, there will be an advertisement in the Herald, I guess, next week on Wednesday, which will reflect the 4% budget that the mayor is proposing. And that's the first date that it'll be in the paper. And 10 days after that is June 1st. So this is going to be continued to June 1st because we have to comply with state law. There's no way for us to comply with state law and the charter requirements of May 15th because the advertisement wasn't done before the 15th. So in order for us to comply and meet the requirements of state law, we're going to have to adopt the budget subject to the state law requirements. And that will be on the hearing, I think is scheduled for June 1st. Between the 15th and June 1st, there could be changes to the budget. There, who knows what could happen? I don't know. I don't want to speculate. But on June 1st, both the administration and as the legal counsel for the council, we have both agreed that up until June 1st, you also have the right to change the budget again, because otherwise it would be meaningless, right? The public has an opportunity to be heard at that meeting. They may say, I like this change, I don't like this change, whatnot. We have to give them an opportunity to have the last opportunity to influence you, this council, on what the budget is. So as of June 1st, that's the last date that this council can act, subject to the mayor's veto and whatnot. So what we're doing here today is beginning the public hearings on the proposed budget, which is a good thing. It's giving people an opportunity to speak, but it's impossible for us to comply with state law because of the lack of advertisement. So we're pushing that date to June 1st. This is uncharted legal territory. I'm not suggesting this is the best solution we can to comply with state law and the charter, but I want you to know that's the process we intend to follow. And that's the process that I'm recommended. I believe I have the support of the administration on that process. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Attorney. I do actually have a question first, just so I understand it, just so I'm clear. So our last 2 days to have hearings on this budget will be tonight and tomorrow night. But 10 days after that, June 1st, we'll also have an opportunity to have one more hearing. And if necessary, if the council is so inclined, we can make some changes.
Which could be different from the changes you might adopt on the
Could be
5th.
different.
Correct.
Okay. So with that in mind, this mistake, for lack of a better term, that would be a benefit because some of the things, I've talked to the members of the administration and some of the things are difficult to get done in this short time. And I'll bring some of them up later. So that's the good part. We'll have a little additional time. The bad part is the taxes, because the tax bills have to go out by a certain time, and that's just a logistical issue because they have to be prepared and go out. So we're kind of in between a good and a bad, a sour and a sweet. All right. Any questions from members of the council? And thank you for that description. All right, Councilman
I
Ricks.
guess I have one question. So assuming we approve the budget tomorrow night, then we have to come back again on June 1st. We have to approve it again, even if there's no changes between that. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. But I want to be very clear. You have to have the right to change the budget again after the June 1st hearing to comply with the regulation that says we have to give the citizens the last opportunity to influence the budget and pass it. So that's why we're extending past the 15th. So that's not a charter provision, that's a state law provision. And that's why we're complying with the state law. You have to do both. Normally, the advertisement would have been out 10 days before the 15th. That, for whatever reason, that didn't happen, and that's where we are today. Okay?
Other questions from members of the council? All right. Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Council President. Are we going to have time to get the tax bills out with this June 1st deadline?
That's not a question I can answer.
It's not one I can answer either. However, in the meeting yesterday with Director Moretti, they seem to think it's going to be tight. I'm not going to lie to you, but yes, we should be able to get it out.
If we don't get it out, would it go back to the old tax rate and then have a supplemental to correct
No, I'm
it?
going to use my attorney's language. That's not a question I'm prepared to answer.
Okay.
That one might be something we do have to, but the director was in the room and he is supportive of the situation. So I'm going to say we're going to get them out. So no other questions regarding the. We're all set? All right, the next person I want to bring up, because dealing with the Department of Revenue, something else came about, and perhaps many of you heard the mayor speaking about it on the radio and other situations that, oh, you did have a question for.
Mr. President, we have a few people in the audience that serve this country and a large contingency of people that never started a public meeting without the Pledge of Allegiance. So I would hope that you can entertain that.
Well, listen, as I certainly am always ready to do the Pledge of Allegiance. It's generally only done on the evenings we have full council meetings, but given you said that, it wasn't on the agenda, but if there is no objection, before I bring up Director Moretti, I certainly will lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. So is there any objections? None? So, and thank you for that, Councilman Enderhoff. I know everybody is greatly appreciated. I'm going to bring Director Moretti up, and there is a memo in all the council members' packets, and it is concerning some of the news you may have heard on the radio and the press that the mayor has said he had found some money for the senior center. Could you, but I want the director to explain exactly what that means. But your floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And I'll also please reserve Mr. Strom if he has anything more technical to add to the discussion.
Thank you, Director.
Along with what Attorney Marcello just indicated, Director Strom has been working with the Rhode Island Division of Municipal Finance, and under the exemption, there's a certain exemption about non-property tax revenue declines or losses. Whereas there was a possibility that the city could be granted an exemption of an X amount of dollars to go over the 4% cap at the approval of the Rhode Island Division of Municipal Finance. That was pursued, and it has been determined. We have received a letter authorizing the city council to exceed the 4% cap to 4.65%. Rounded thousand, it's $1,248,000 and change. I think $381. Just to pass that along. However, if you do go over the 4% cap, the council would have to approve that at a vote of 80%. So basically, it's 8 out of 9 votes. So just want to mention that the council has that authority at this time, but with that type of majority in order to pass. And actually, there's been much to do, much discussion. I'll make it very brief about the mayor's position. Just in summary, as we all know, his budget was not well received with the council, the public, and it was not a good budget, not a good-looking budget, something that's very painful to everyone. We all recognize that. The council respectfully recognized that. He was then charged with coming back, and he came back with a budget of 4%, feeling that that was within the authority of the city council without having to go to the GA for approval. And that's the budget he submitted. And there were two critical funding mechanisms that were not included in the budget that he would have wanted. The original budget did call for $1.5 million extra for incremental for schools and funding for the senior center, which if I have my numbers right, it's about just shy of $1.8 million. The mayor felt he had to present a budget that was approvable, if you will, by the council without further authority. But those are omitted. But the message that he does have tonight in asking the council to consider putting those funds back into the budget and primarily coming from revenue, which the sources would be those amounts would bring the rate to about 5.67%. To get to the 5.5 number, looking to say the increase in revenues and the difference of approximately $338,000 to come from other reductions, other spending reductions. And I'll mention them quickly because I don't want to spend a lot of time here with you folks, and I'll be here certainly to follow up if you're interested. There's possibility of, we're looking at that. We did a reestimate of where we stand with fire overtime. We think there might be $100,000 that may be available or being able to reasonably reduce. Building maintenance, outside services, because in the mayor's budget, we had restored 2 electrician positions along with a carpenter position. So we believe there's about $50,000 potentially there. In IT, in various departments, within that function, I should say, various line items, about $10,000. Care of trees, hopefully if it's a good year, we may be able to afford a reduction of $10,000. And somehow or another, in order to make the senior center, to fully fund the senior center, along with the schools at the level the mayor is requesting, to somehow we will come up with a way of streamlining it to reduce it by $168,000. That formula, I know it's a big ask, the way the council's looking at it, but it would that would result in a 5.5% increase for your consideration. So I respectfully submit that to you and thank you. And I would have to say one thing. The council has been superb. The council president has been superb, working with the administration productively and cooperatively, constructively, the way city government should operate. So we thank the city council, each member, along with the council president.
Director, just before you step away, just so I'm clear. So from the Department of Revenue, we have the authority to go above the cap 0.65, which is approximately $1.2 million of revenue, asking the taxpayers for approximately $1.2 million more, 0.65%. But we still have to allocate those funds and take a vote. So the reason I'm saying this is still the taxpayers' money, and I want to be very clear that this takes careful consideration. Now, in the meeting we had on the other day, as we leave here on the 15th, we do not have the authority to go beyond that until we get legislation from the General Assembly. So we won't, the highest number we're going to see at the end of our deliberations, if the council members are so inclined, is going to be 4.65.
With an 8 out of 9 vote.
With an 8 out of 9 vote, which the truth is, it probably, yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a 9 out of 9, but that's my preference. But so I want to make sure we're clear before we're not looking to find spending at the 5.5. Truth be told, that resolution was put there to give us some room going forward. The press has got a hold of it and feels that we're inclined to go to 5.5. There are also caveats within that would create problems with the tax levy if we did even go above 5. So we're really couldn't even get out of the 5, to tell you the truth. And I let Attorney Marcel speak of that.
So just quickly, so if the council goes above 5%, we have to do the advertising all over again, which I told you, the notice in the newspaper, another public hearing and whatnot. That's another requirement of that Fiscal Responsibility Notification Act. So anything above 5% requires approval by the Department of Revenue as far as the application of the advertisement and the allocation of the monies, budget, but we would also have to come back and let the public another opportunity to have speaking on that budget. So that's in the state law.
And that was discussed yesterday. Thank you.
And for those who weren't here, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that matter. So thank you. I appreciate it, and thank you for your suggestions. Director, could you leave those suggestions with the council on order? So he has that when we consider it. I do appreciate it. All right, any questions for Director Moretti regarding what he just spoke of? I see Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you, Director Rennie, for that. All I wanted to know is if you could, is that written somewhere that you could share with us, those numbers you gave? Because I couldn't write them all down as you were going.
Yeah, sure. What I'll do is throughout the course of the evening, I'll give a copy right now to the auditor, and then I'll make copies and distribute this. And
Thank you.
I can explain my hand scratch to you also.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, so I think we've covered our program notes where we stand. So with no further ado, I'm going to take the first speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, please state your name and your address for the record very clearly. We don't have a stenographer tonight. You'll have 3 minutes, and I'll remind you when you're close. Okay. The first speaker is Jonathan Francis. If I said 30 minutes, I made a mistake. I meant 3.
I don't know, Mr. President, I heard 30. Jonathan Francis, Cranston Firefighter Local 1363, I'm the union president. I live at 119 Bretton Woods Drive in Cranston. I'm also a Cranston resident and a taxpayer. I stand here again at this podium to correct a few misconceptions that the mayor has conveyed to the public recently. Over the past few weeks, there has been a lot of discussion about the causes of the budget deficit. And the mayor has pointed several times to public safety, the overtime, as one of the leading causes. I'm not a finance director, so I'm not going to stand up here and quibble about the details of the city budget. But as the president of Local 1363, I can say without any doubt, we answer the call. We answer the call when the citizens of Cranston are in need. When a Cranston resident has a problem, big or small, we jump into action. It doesn't matter where you live or who you are. Every year we do more and more calls than the year before. I started on this job in 2012. We were doing 12,000 runs. We are at 18,000 runs now. And we do our job well. Our organization exists for the sole purpose of serving the residents of the city of Cranston. We answer the call. So it was no different when this administration reached out to all the labor unions in this city and asked for concessions. I want to make it very clear, without any hesitation, myself and my executive board, we called Tony Moretti right away, and we came to City Hall, and we sat down, and we found out what we needed to do. I want you to take into consideration that we amended our contract on July 1. Our new contract took place July 1 of 2025. We are still in year 1 of our contract, and we are willing to make concessions. After a few phone calls and back and forth, we met on May 4th. I was away. My board delivered the offer. And we felt those were meaningful concessions. We willingly offered between $1 and $1.2 million. You guys have all heard that number before, in this room and in the newspaper. And I see a lot of heads shaking. $1.2 million to keep one facility open. We were willing to give that up. The first red flag that was raised to me was when an article got published in the Cranston Herald. I believe it was the Cranston Herald. I've had a lot of stuff sent to me over the past few days. And it mentioned how other labor unions showed up, offered concessions, and our brothers in blue are doing it through a contract ratification or a contract negotiation. Okay? No mention of the fire department. No mention that we came to the table. I also had to learn, when I got a surprise phone call from Tim White, that maybe our offer did not get accepted. I didn't hear it from the administration. I heard nothing back from them. No counteroffer. No, can you concess this? Can we talk about that? None of that. Also, in Tim White's article, yes, sir. Okay, I'll wrap it up as fast as I can, sir. We do have a budget, an overtime budget of $6 million. There's no lie there. The math doesn't lie. Mr. Schramm will agree with me on that. That budget has been the same since 2015. It's not a firefighter problem. It is a budgeting problem. We have offered solutions to this administration. We continue to get on the truck and we answer the calls no matter how long we've been here. Our members are in these stations living in conditions that would appall everybody in this room. And we still get on this truck. We still get on the truck, sick, tired, and weary. And we do it for the citizens of Cranston. If anybody has any questions for me, I will be here tonight. I want you to understand my members serve this city with honor, pride, and integrity, and we will always answer the call when the Cranston residents need it. Thank you.
And thank you and your members, and thank you for coming here tonight. If we can prevail upon the director and the administration to re-meet with your union, would you consider those concessions going forward? If we can arrange a meeting with the director and the mayor, and when you have time to think about it as we go through, but we can maybe ask some questions when we go to the amendment, if you can stick around, if that's okay with you.
Yes, sir. I think myself and my board, I think we're still willing to come to the table.
And
help the
I
city
know
out.
the members of the city council and the people in the audience, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. The next speaker is Nora Grady.
Hi, my name is Nora Grady. I live at 16 Chester Ave. I am the bookkeeper. I'm going to read because otherwise I'll get confused. I am the bookkeeper at the Cranston Senior Center.
Nora, can you speak right into the microphone? There you go.
Okay, yeah,
Perfect.
okay. Also known as the Michael A. Trafficante Enrichment Center. Traff, as most people know him by, has been a faithful public servant in this community for many, many years. As I'm sure you all know, I would hate to see his name sullied over budget issues. I've heard the mayor say that he has found $1.2 million to keep the senior center open. When I started at the senior center 6 years ago, our budget was approximately $3.5 million. Every year since I've been there, our budget has been whittled down finally to 2.6 million. And somehow we've made it work with nearly $1 million less. If we are fortunate enough that the council decides we should get the money, there is absolutely no way we can function completely on $1.2 million. That would mean that our adult daycare center will be closed, as well as our nutrition division, plus some staff being laid off. Our nutrition division serves a hot, well-balanced meal every day. For some of the seniors, it is the only meal they will have that day. The emotional impact to our seniors is devastating. Many have been crying. I'm sorry. And some have had blood pressure rise over the worries, feeling they are experiencing due to this horrible state of affairs. This is their lifeline. Please find a way to keep the senior center open. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Harvey, I believe it's O'Perry. O'Perry?
My name is Harvey Duperry. I live at 91 Burbank Street. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I've been going to the senior center for the last 15 years. And what's been going on the last week has been horrible. These seniors, this is all they have. This is supposed to be their golden years. And all they've been doing is they're upset, they cry, they don't know what's happening to them. Okay, we have a lot of programs there. My favorite one is the Smile Dolls. These ladies come there in walkers and wheelchairs, spend 2.5 to 3 hours making these dolls for the children at Houseborough's Children's Hospital. They make blankets for us veterans. If you close the senior center, you not only hurt the seniors, you're hurting the children and you're hurting veterans. I think we've done enough as far as veterans go to not be kicked to the curb. And the same thing with the golden age here with all these seniors. They're here tonight. They don't want to see this closed. I don't want to see it closed. I go there every day. I volunteer my time for whatever I can do to help. But we cannot rely on this budget that you have to close this down. It's just not right. How are they going to get to doctors? How are they going to go food shopping? There's no trans van for them. What are we doing? Stop and think. Common sense is all it is. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Marcia Fowler.
Hi, Marcia Fowler, 35 Milton Ave. I'm actually going to concede my time, but with all due respect, I'm going to give a suggestion to speed the night up a little bit, to do the person who should be speaking and then the kind of on deck, so that person can come up while the audience is applauding and we can, they do it at the State House.
I
so
think that's a
it
good
makes
idea,
sense, yeah.
Marcia. I'm going to do it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. So the next speaker is going to be Sherry Denegata, and the one that follows Sherry will be Carl Ritchie. So you're on deck.
Hi, my name is Sherry Delagrata, and I live at 19 Wilshire Lane. The Cranston Adult Day Center is more than just a building on Cranston Street or just a program. For many seniors in our community, including my aunt, it is a lifeline. It is also a lifeline for my dad, who attended until he passed away recently. My aunt has always been an independent, active, and social person. But as she got older, things naturally began to change. Friends moved away, family members have passed on, her mobility became more difficult, and the opportunities for her to stay connected became fewer and fewer. The Adult Day Center gave her back purpose, connection, and community, which are incredibly important for her at her age and this stage of her life. Through the programs, activities, meals, and friendships that she has found there, her quality of life has improved tremendously, beyond what I ever expected. The center gives her a reason to get up in the morning. It keeps her active mentally, physically, and socially. It combats isolation and loneliness, which so many seniors silently struggle with every day. For my aunt, the Adult Day Center is not simply recreation. It is healthcare, emotional support, social connection, and dignity, all rolled into one. The staff know her by name. The friends that she has made there look out for one another. She talks about the center every chance she gets and to whomever she meets. In fact, just recently, a new neighbor moved in across the hall from her, and she talked to her about the center. Now that woman attends. The Adult Day Center provides structure, safety, and belonging. Closing senior services would have devastating consequences, not just for my aunt, but for countless seniors and families throughout Cranston. Many older adults rely on these services to maintain their independence and avoid isolation, depression, and declining health. When seniors lose access to community programs, the effects ripple far beyond the individual. Families feel it, caregivers feel it, the entire community feels it. We often talk about honoring and respecting our seniors. Programs that support the well-being of senior citizens, like the Cranston Adult Day Center, is how we put those words into action. These are the people who raised families, built businesses, served our communities, and helped shape the city that we live in today. They deserve opportunities to remain connected, engaged, and valued. I urge you to consider the real human impact of these decisions. For my aunt and for so many others, the Adult Day Center is not optional, it's essential. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Carl Ritchie and then Candace, Gavin. Mr. Ritchie passes. Candace Gavin? Candace, and after Candace Gavin, it'll be Stephen Stikos. After Stephen, after. It's all right, Steve. I have in my class. Sometimes they don't listen. Don't worry about it.
My name is Candace Gorvin, French name.
I mispronounced.
It's okay. I live at 154 Potter Street. I have belonged to this Cranston Senior Center for around 15 years or more. I live alone. I lost my husband and I lost my youngest son. So I have no relatives around me. They're all basically gone away or moved away, whatever. So it is terribly lonely. If I didn't have the senior center to go to, I don't know what I'd do. I know I don't eat right, but I go there for lunch a couple of times a week. I also belong to the Pilgrim Senior Center, and I go there to eat lunch a couple of times. So I get to have my lunch every day, that I miss. The programs are very, very good there. There's so many people that benefit from the senior center. We have people that are crippled. They're in their walkers. They use a cane. Some people are deaf. It's just unbelievable. And you don't take this away from us because we really need this. Every city in this state, as far as I know, has a senior center or one close in proximity. But, and the people that work in the office and who are in charge and they make up the programs, like David makes up some programs, and they do a wonderful, wonderful job. They get us out in the trans van. We go to restaurants, we go to shows, we go to PPAC for the Wurlitzer organ. We do many, many different things. And you just can't take this away from us. You can't. And that's all I'm going to say. And I thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Stikos, and after Stephen will be Mary Medina.
How about now?
I'm gonna reset your time, Steve.
All right. One of the worst things about I think this budget is what the mayor chose to include while he was wiping out the senior center and CCAP spending in the budget. The budget in the capital budget has $110,000 for tasers. It has $450,000 for lights at Fay Field. It has $2 million for a track for Cranston East. It has $3 million for citywide improvements. This budget problem is not going to go away on June 1st. It's not going to go on. It's going to go on for years because the city has gone through the reserve fund, also known as the rainy day fund, which was $16 to $20 million. And now because of the overspending is down into the single digits projected. So you can't go borrowing all this money while you have a rainy day fund that's really low. It's going to start affecting the bond rating. So when you do have to borrow money for important items that can't wait, the interest rate is going to be higher. And that interest rate is going to be taking money away from things like the senior center, like the Head Start program, and other programs that are important. So please look at the capital budget and make some cuts. There's $3 million in there for citywide improvements. You know, we're all for improvements, but the city has spent a lot of money, COVID money, on citywide improvements. When Alan Fung was mayor, citywide improvements, which covered things like storm drains and paving, that was $1 million a year that somehow we managed there. Maybe we need a few potholes with the senior center rather than all nice streets and no senior center. So I would urge you again to look at the capital budget. And the other thing I would say, which is a relatively small item, but is raising the tax on the solar farms. That tax was set in 2017 at $2 a kilowatt. It hasn't been raised since. The CPI, the Consumer Price Index for electricity, has gone up 46% since 2017.
Steve, I'm going to need you to sum it up.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Mr. Zucker. Our next speaker is Mary Medina, and following Mary will be Ernest. It looks like DeParry. Mary, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Mary Medina. I'm currently staying at 75 Royal Avenue with my mother. She goes to the adult day services. She got diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2017. And so we're 9 years in, and the adult day center has been crucial for her livelihood and for her to stay out of a nursing home, which is my ultimate goal with her. The staff there is phenomenal. The bus drivers alone are right there every single day and look forward to picking my mother up and dropping her off. And, you know, even though she may not remember what had happened during the day, she always comes home with a good feeling, you know, and that's in the moment she's having, she enjoys her time there, because I say, do you have a good day? She goes, I don't know where I was, but I feel good. So, and that's, you know, that's all I can ask for at this point. And this has allowed me to continue to work, and it's vital, it's essential for her. And she really, you know, I would hate to have to change her routine at this point. So, because every day is a blessing right now. And, you know, if we can keep this going, I'd really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ernest Tapari, and Jennifer, looks like Kevorkian is after that.
Good evening. My name is Ernest Tapari. I live at 54 A Street, Cranston, Rhode Island. I work in the nutrition department at the senior center. I wanted to just let you people know a little bit about our nutrition. We run probably the best kitchen I've ever worked in. And we're very dedicated people in there. And we've heard rumors that that was going to take it away from us, that private concern was going to come in. We also have a snack bar, which these seniors here buy food from us every day at a very low price. They buy that food for their evening meals. These are essential to these people, all of them. We also have 2 disabled people that work in that kitchen with us and help out. One has been there for 36 years. The other one's been there for 26 years. These people are devastated. They came to me this morning and said to me, what happens if they close? I had no answer for these 2. None. I had trouble trying to explain this because they can't comprehend the fact that they've been there for 36 and 26 years, that the door's closing. We're gone, and they're not going to be here anymore. That was very difficult for me today. So I would please consider not removing the nutrition at the senior center. Thank you.
Good
The next
evening.
speaker after Jennifer will be Robert Ferry.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Jennifer Kevorkian. I live at 34 Justin Way.
Got it.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I got
Okay,
you.
thank you. 6 a.m. Monday morning, Mary wakes up, but quickly realizes she has nowhere to go because the senior center is closed. So she closes her eyes and goes back to bed, not because she's tired, because there's nowhere left for her to belong. 10 a.m., Mary finally wakes up and uses the bathroom. On her way, she trips and falls. She tries to get up, but she can't. Lying there on the cold floor, frightened and in pain, her first thought is when the Transvan driver comes and I don't answer the door, they'll know something's wrong. But this time, no driver is coming. There's no knock at the door, no wellness check, and no one notices that she's missing. 24 hours later, Mary is still lying on that floor alone, scared, hungry, dehydrated, and hurt. This is not just about a building being closed. It's not just about budget numbers on a spreadsheet. These cuts have names, they have faces, and they have consequences. 8 a.m. Tuesday, Alicia is about to drive to work when suddenly she realizes, oh my God, the daycare is closed. Immediately, panic sets in. She has 2 impossible choices. I call out of work again and risk losing my job that my family depends on, or I go to work and leave my elderly mother home alone, knowing she's not going to be safe. Imagine carrying that fear all day long, wondering if your mother fell, wonder if she's wandered outside, wondering if she remembered to eat, wondering if she's scared and alone. 11:30 a.m. Wednesday, Frank sits alone at his kitchen table, staring at an empty plate. The meal program at the senior center is closed. For many people, lunch and dinner is an inconvenience to prepare after a long day, but for Frank, it was the only hot meal he could count on. His refrigerator holds expired milk, half a loaf of stale bread, and medication that's supposed to be taken with food. He's trying to make what little food he has last until the end of the month. Tonight, he goes to bed hungry, not because he was forgotten by family, but because his community decided a meal program was too expensive. These programs are not luxuries, they are lifelines. For seniors, they provide safety, dignity, companionship, nutrition, medical oversight, and human connection. For caregivers, they provide the ability to work, to survive financially, and to breathe for a few hours without fear. When you cut these services, people do not simply adjust, okay? They suffer. Families break under the pressure. Caregivers burn out. Seniors become isolated, hospitalized, or worse. I'm asking you tonight to look beyond your numbers, because while budgets may balance on paper, the human cost will be paid in loneliness, injury, exhaustion, and heartbreak. Do not abandon the people who spent their lives building this community. Now I'm going to ask all of you to close your eyes for 30 seconds and imagine that Mary, Frank, and Alicia are your mother, your father, or your sibling, or better yet, maybe in a few years, it's one of
I'm
you.
going to need you to sum it up. Thank you. The next speaker is going to be Martha DeMeza. Mr. Ferry.
Good evening. My name is Robert Ferry. I live at 2426 Cranston Street. I didn't plan on saying anything about the senior center, but I will say this. My mother is visiting from Florida, and my wife has been taking her there every Thursday to play bingo, and she absolutely loves it. Okay. Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. A lot of people have been saying to me, you should come and talk. And I kept saying to myself, what am I going to say if I come and speak? Because there's so much to say. So this morning, I was on my way to a wake, and I was driving down Cranston Street, and I drove by Eatree Park. You know how I feel about Eatree Park? And there was a private contractor putting mulch and cleaning up Eatree Park this morning. And then I drove a little further down Cranston Street, and they're still ripping up the sidewalks and pouring stamped concrete sidewalks in Knightsville. And then I drove down Park Avenue to go to Rolfe Street because I had to go to Butterfield. And there's the mayor's driver standing in front of City Hall waiting for the mayor. I'm bringing these things up because this is more proof that the mayor just does not understand what we're trying to get across. He's not taking what we're saying seriously, or he would have stopped the construction in Knightsville. I don't care about the contracts. Or he'd have stopped the contractor from putting mulch in Eatree Park. Or he'd have sent the driver home and said, I have a policeman that'll take me somewhere when I need to go. Okay? So those are the things I said. So for 5 years, it's been borrow, 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 spend, spend, spend. You cannot run a household or a business or a municipality with that attitude. I sat there in that seat for 4 years and fought it every single day. And I wasn't successful enough. I regret the fact that I couldn't have been more successful. So you're sitting here and I'm looking at the agenda and the next meeting and the 5.5 potential increase. And there was originally a 7.4 and a 4 and a, who knows what the real number is? I don't think any of you know what the real number is. I don't think any of us know what the real number is. Is it 10%? If it's 10%, say it and do it. The bottom line is this 5.5% or whatever you're going to do tomorrow is not going to solve the problem. You know it, and I know it, and everybody else in this room knows it's not going to solve the problem. You're just going to kick the can a little further down the road. Transparency is vital. We need to know where we stand. We need to know what the real number is. Please dig deeper. If you give the mayor this levy, he's going to use it and he's going to spend, spend, spend and borrow, 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 and we're not going to gain anything. Thank you very much for your time.
Martha DeMeza, and after Martha will be Jen C.
My name is Bob Stahlbush. I live at 18 Brown Street, up the hill from the senior center, and I just want to say a few words.
Can-
I lost my wife 2.5
Sir?
years ago.
Can I interrupt you 1 minute, sir? The next speaker was supposed to be Martha.
Well, I just wanted to say a couple of words about the senior center before you bring up the next speaker.
No, sir. You have to wait in line.
Oh.
She's next. No. Pardon, sir, she's next. We have to keep order. I can put your name down on the list, but you have to go in the order. We can't just come up, sir. The next speaker is, I'm sorry. My friends, we're gonna have order.
I'm sorry?
With the next speaker, sir, can you please sit down?
All right.
I'm sorry, but we have several people who signed up. I'll certainly hear you. The next speaker is Martha DeMeza. Is Martha DeMeza here? Oh, okay, thank you. And the speaker following that will be Gen C.
Hi, my name is Martha DeMeza. I live at 34 Crawford Street. I've been a Cranston resident for 74 years. Always been a wonderful place to live. I started to go to the senior center after my husband passed away 10 years ago. I did not come here to talk about myself. I came here to talk about the center. The seniors I have met at the center were all caring, but they need a purpose in life. This is a place to do that. For some, this is the only contact they have with other seniors. The center has the best lunch, by the way, and this is something the senior needs. Our kitchen has one of the best soups around, I'll tell you that. Seniors can also buy food and they can bring it home. We have the best staff around, ready to help when anybody needs anything. Our daycare is probably one of the best places for seniors who need special help. And it also gives their caretakers time to enjoy part of their lives. One of my biggest questions is, what about the transportation? Seniors depend on this. They depend on that for doctors, shoppings, rides to the center. Please do not take away these things for the most precious citizens of Cranston.
Gen C. Following Gen C will be Gregory Garman.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Colasante. I live at 34 Quail Hollow Road in Cranston. I also pay Cranston taxes. Council members, families, staff, members of the community, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. As you know, my name is Jennifer Colasante. I am the director of the Cranston Adult Day Services. I stand before you not only as a director, but as someone who witnesses every day the life-changing impact that this program has on the individuals and families we serve. The ADS, Adult Day Services, is more than just a program. It is a community, an extended family from their own that helps support structured daytime supervision and support with compassionate care, health support, assistance with ADLs, meals, social interaction, and therapeutic activities that provide our seniors with dignity and a better quality of life. Every morning, our clients walk through our doors and are welcomed into a place where they are known, valued, respected, and cared for. Their families entrust us with the care of their loved ones. Many of the clients have nowhere else to go during the day. Here they find companionship, structured therapeutic activities, meals, medical support, laughter, and most importantly, a sense of belonging. Cranston Adult Day Services is not just a building or a budget line. It is a lifeline. Closing this center would not simply close a building. The ripple effect it will have on the clients and their families will be devastating. Adult day programs prevent isolation, reduce hospitalizations, they delay institutional placement, This program allows family to continue to work while their loved ones are safe and respected. I want to acknowledge the financial and operational challenges that may have brought us to this difficult conversation. I understand that decisions like these are never easy, but I ask that we consider the long-term consequences to the people who rely on these services. I had been a visiting nurse in Cranston for over 4 years, and I had not known about the adult day services building. I knew about the senior center, but I had no idea about adult services. So now, at this time, we need to educate our educators in the community about support we provide. I plan to reach out to home care agencies, primary care physician offices, hospital discharge planners, rehab centers, neurologists, memory clinics, Alzheimer's support groups, and veterans organizations, not only to educate about what the ADS has to offer, but what the senior center has to offer. The kitchen provides excellent meals for our seniors. Why not provide them for all the community to grab and go meals for dinner that can be purchased? Some that come to the center only have one good meal a day. In today's world, we don't
Ms.
all have.
Colasanti, can you, we're gonna have to finish up.
All right, I'm supposed to read this slow, but I'll speed it up for
Well,
you.
your
All right.
time is up, so please,
It's okay.
when I say sum it up, I mean, you
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
finish now.
I got you. All right. We all have ways to build our numbers to stay within the budget. Let's use all the resources we have available to us to do just that. We have social media at our fingertips. This is how my daughter obtains most of her clients. She's a hairstylist in Rhode Island. We need to think
Ms.
outside the box
Colasanti,
here and make it happy
thank-
for our loved ones.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
To the council,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next speaker is Gregory Garman and then Janine Lunn.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Garman, 39 Carlton Street, Cranston, Rhode Island. And I'd like to thank Jennifer for letting us know it's not a number or statistics, these are human beings. I've been going to the Cranston Senior Center for about 4 years. I met Jennifer. She has a good heart, and so do all the other people there. She's helped me through so many things through my Medicare insurance, and they're very dedicated and professional people. They go like miles beyond what they should go just to help you and make sure everything's all right and put in order. When I go there, I watch the seniors. I'll look in the cafeteria. I'll see them eating, enjoy their meals. I see them laughing. I see them happy. I see the arts and crafts. And what we have to do is just realize that they're vulnerable. When you get that age, you're vulnerable. And to like just cut things away from them is one of the worst things we can do, being human beings. Places like that are the type of places that God smiles down on, because he sees people that need help being helped, and they help them. And those are the people where God, when he speaks in the Bible, he says, what you did to the least of those, you did to me. That's Jesus speaking. I could have stayed home tonight, but I wouldn't, because I have to speak up on behalf of the people that need someone to speak up for them and make sure they have a meal. Make sure they have a place to go.
You're gonna have to finish up, sir.
And
Thank
one
you.
of the key words I heard and the key word that I came here with was lifeline. The Senior Citizen Center is a lifeline, and it's a gathering place, and they all need to be there.
Thank you. Janine Lunn, and the next speaker will be Al Roberto.
Hey, I'm Janine Lunn, and I live at, oh God, 1921 Narragansett Boulevard. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I got a little nervous, but okay. So I've just lived in Cranston for 4 years, and I moved here to take care of my grandsons. And so I've done some stuff in the schools. And a year ago, I started delivering Meals on Wheels in Cranston. And I truly feel that there are people that will die because of the decisions that are being made about the senior center, just based on my Meals on Wheels experience. And when I saw that, number one, I couldn't believe it. I feel like the mayor has treated the council with a lot of disrespect with his late budget. And then this thing, oh, I just found some more money for you guys. I think that's really disingenuous. And I'm really opposed to it. I didn't vote for him. I have been here long enough to not have voted for him. But I just also want to say the senior center, like, it's so important, and really just people will die without it. And the other thing I want to speak to is the schools, because level funding for the schools in this inflationary time is actually a cut. And that was the first time I spoke before the council, was last year for the schools. And the other thing is the Head Start money. So basically the mayor, he's like, seems so cruel and callous, and he's going after the weakest people in our community. And I really, really hate that.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Al Roberto, and after Al will be Christy Gonzalez, I believe. Mr. Roberto?
Hi, everybody. Could you hear me?
No.
Hello, everybody. Could you hear me now? Hi, my name is Al Roberto, and I live at 6 Western Hills Lane, which is off Situate Ave. I am a Vietnamese era veteran, First Lieutenant, U.S. Army Chemical Corps. I retired from my job as a safety engineer on the 29th of February, 2008. And the very next day, on 1 March, I joined the Cranston Senior Center, and I'm happy to be part of the group. You know, I just want to give a little bit of history about the center. I think ground was broken around 1988, and the building came up shortly after. And our first distinguished visitor was the wife of the President of the United States of America, and that is First Lady Laura Bush. 3 years later, was it Barbara? I stand corrected. No good. Anyway, 3 years later, it was Barbara Eden, the distinguished actress of I Dream of Jeannie. So we've had other visitors, famous ones. The center was noted all over the Northeast and also the East Coast, but we've seen decline. To close the center up would be devastating to people. I'm not going to repeat what I was going to say because it's already been done before my visit here. But the budget in the Cranston was something like 323 million, I think, 2 years ago. We're asking about 2 million. That's a very tiny percent. That's not very much. Anthony, Mr. Moretti, I think you said we're 1.8 million as opposed to 1.2. Is that correct?
He can't really interact.
I'm looking for you.
He gave you the thumb, but he's not supposed to interact. This is your time to speak.
Okay, I want to get that straight. Okay, so it's not 1.2. It's definitely 1.8 as far as okay. We need a little bit more. That would help. Anyway, I think I'm pretty well said here. I'm not here to criticize any organization, but again, I appreciate the time that you've given me. And to me, it's a privilege to be speaking today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christy Gonzalez, and after that will be David Quira.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Gonzalez. I live in North Providence, but my mom lives here. And she goes to, we call it school, not the adult daycare center, because otherwise she won't go. But now, she does not go, oh my God, is my hair okay? Do I look okay? I got to make sure I look good for school tomorrow. And if she doesn't go, she cries. Oh my God, it's like a big production. But there's one thing that they did not say. When I was looking to put her somewhere for some fun, so she could get some friendships or whatever, everywhere we looked, it was memory care. She does not have a problem with that. It's more physical stuff. There is not hardly anywhere in Rhode Island, very, very few, that take care of the physical part. So when she goes there, she needs more physical because she's legally blind. She has Crohn's disease. She has ileostomy. She has a lot of things going on. So the nurses there are just amazing. Like if she has an accident or anything like that, they take care of her. They change her. Oh my God, they're just incredible. So when you are looking, there isn't many places that are the physical part. It's mainly memory care. So this is really important that it stays there, because when she comes home and I call her, it used to be, hi, how you doing? Oh, what'd you do today? Now it's like, hi, how are you? What'd you do today, Chrissy? How was work? And I'm like, really? Hi, Mom. This is my mother. I can't believe it. So pretty much, again, it's like every city, but it sounds to me like the mayor needs a good assistant to let him know what's happening.
David Queer, and after David will be Yvette Grulion.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Yes?
We can hear you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Quiroa. I live at 9 Ledyard Street, Newport, Rhode Island. I'm here, I'm also with the Cranston Department of Senior Services. I am the Assistant Director currently. I also serve on the Governor's Advisory Commission on Aging. I'm also the Secretary of the Commission. And for the second time, I don't want to repeat everything that's already been said about the Senior Center, but it goes without saying, the city of Cranston, the state of Rhode Island, New England for that matter, has a jewel in the Senior Center here in the city. We are nationally recognized, especially in the age-friendly movement. I'm going to touch upon some things that have not yet been said about the center. When the state of Rhode Island applied for a grant to really build infrastructure to take care of memory loss, it's called the BOLD grant. All 50 states competed for that funding. Rhode Island was one of the 26 that won that grant. And the only one senior center that was featured and highlighted in that grant, and one of the main reasons we got the grant as a state is because the city of Cranston has the only, still today, age-friendly, dementia-friendly program initiative. So we should feel very proud of that. And this is the reason why the divisions of the senior center as a whole were designed incredibly in a very magical way, in the sense that 32 years ago, when that was designed, we were 30 years ahead of our time, because those divisions interact with each other and take care of seniors. The other thing I want to point out is isolation is a silent killer. During the COVID pandemic, our members at the senior center didn't die so much because of COVID. Guess why they died? Of depression and isolation. We lost about 85 members in that 10 months that we were closed. Granted, they had other chronic diseases and conditions, but they didn't die because of COVID. They died because of isolation. I also want to let you know that we are the vanguard of developing technologies to diagnose Alzheimer's and memory loss. We have partnerships with hospitals, Butler Hospital, Rhode Island Hospital. There's a startup company, nobody really knows about them. It's called EchoWare. They developed this unique device to help primary care physicians to diagnose the initial stages, MCI, of cognitive impairment and memory loss. The senior center, with focus groups, with our professional staff, our professional team, help develop this device that is going to be out pretty soon to the market. This is the kind of jewel we have here in the city of Cranston. We are at the vanguard, cutting edge, not only of taking care of people, but taking care of the next generation in medical breakthroughs. That is very important. And I want to finish with this, so you folks can think about this. At the senior center, we have a saying. In fact, every time somebody retires, they tattoo 1070 on their arms. Why? They're at 1070 Cranston Street. Our saying is, just another day at 1070. I'm going to give you 3 stories of just another day at 1070. You can be walking down the corridors and hear a whisper, help, help, help.
I need you to finish up.
Okay? That's somebody that is in the bathroom who had an accident. We go take care of them. We don't wait for specialized staff. The staff you see here, every single one of them have come and cleaned the people and have helped them.
Thank you so much.
I don't have more time, but thank you.
I will say, Mr. Crowe, it's nice to meet you. You have quite a fan club here that has reached out to all of us several times and has spoken on your behalf, and I can see why.
The next speaker would be Yvette Grillion. And after Yvette will be Elaine Boucher.
Hello, Yvette Grulon, 166 Maplewood Ave, Cranston, Rhode Island. I'm going to read off of my phone because I'm nervous. I am the director of the Retired Senior Volunteer Program at the Cranston Senior Center. It's a federally funded program through AmeriCorps. I have proudly worked at the center for the past 21 years, and I'm here today to advocate for the preservation of this vital community resource, the gem of the Cranston Senior Center. The Cranston Senior Center is far more than just a building. It is a lifeline for many older adults in our city. Every day, I witness firsthand the positive impact the center has had on the lives of seniors. I currently oversee 75 active volunteers who dedicate their time to serving others and strengthening our community. Volunteerism promotes social connection, reduces isolation, and improves both physical and mental health among older adults. Over the years, I have seen countless seniors arrive at the center hesitant or even resistant to attend. Their children are dropping them off. They have nothing better to do. They're being forced. Many walk through the doors feeling lonely, disconnected, or without purpose. Then something remarkable happens. They begin participating in a chair yoga class, attend a show at PPAC that they've never been able to go to, and find friends who understand loneliness, food insecurities, even medical issues. They get to learn how to use a mobile phone, an iPad through our technology classes. They build friendships, regain confidence, and rediscover purpose and belonging. The nutrition, we've touched upon the nutrition department. I only touch upon it quickly. The nutrition department is another critical service that cannot be overlooked. We serve approximately 70 hot meals that are prepared and served daily, 5 days a week, to seniors who rely on them. For some individuals, this is the only hot meal they will have all day. In addition, this department provides approximately 700 meals to homebound seniors during Thanksgiving and Christmas, which a lot of you help us deliver to them. If the nutrition department is eliminated, these essential services will no longer be viable, leaving many vulnerable seniors without support. In addition, without our snack bar, the seniors will be without evening meals, continental breakfast, and weekend meals that many of them take home to purchase. Please remember, currently, 24% of Cranston's population is 60 and older. Yet the senior center budget represents less than 1% of the city's entire budget. Such a small financial investment yields an immeasurable return in health, wellness, social engagement, nutrition, and quality of life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Next speaker is Elaine Boucher, then Patricia Ritchie.
Eliane Boucher,
I really messed that one up. My apology.
43 Magnolia Street. I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight, and I want to thank those of you who took the time to respond to my previous emails. I continue to acknowledge that the work ahead of you is difficult and that you've been put in a no-win scenario. To say that I'm disappointed in this revised budget would be an understatement. I've heard it called spiteful, and I couldn't agree more. Mayor Hopkins' new budget sends a clear message that he wants you to do the hard work of finding where to cut. And he puts all that burden on the council. So I recognize that. I also want to say that while I'm going to be the person who speaks about something different, I absolutely think that the priority is to save the senior center beyond everything that you've heard. They also open their doors for Title I schools to have family dances there. Dew Temple is able to have a family dance tomorrow because of the senior center. So they do a lot for this community. But you know me, I've spoken before, I'm going to speak about the schools. This budget also cuts $1.5 million from the schools. That brings their budget to just 1.91% higher than the current fiscal year. Current projections for inflation this year are between 3.8 and 4.2%. It was said that by level funding, we are not level funding, we are cutting their funding. We often hear that the school district represents 55% or so of the city's budget. And when you look at the whole number, it's easy for people to assume there's fat to cut in the budget. False narratives about the school district budget spread like wildfire on Facebook and elsewhere. So we've become complacent about the persistent state of underfunding our schools. We can only underfund the schools for so long before we face a real crisis. And I believe we're at that point. While we should be proud of the 2 new schools we've built, 3/4 of our schools are over 70 years old, and we've been ignoring basic maintenance and repairs because of budget constraints, creating bigger, more costly problems down the road. We heard at the last minute meeting that 7 roofs and 7 HVAC systems are due to be replaced, and we don't have any budget to replace them. But this budget doesn't just impact the buildings, it impacts the people. Our public schools, from what I saw, serve more than 10,000 students, all of whom will be negatively impacted by the cuts that will likely result from this budget. While I've heard from members of the school committee that everything is on the table, what we know is that without additional funding, we're likely looking at even more teachers and staff being laid off. I see some in the back, including Mr. Cox, who is responsible for many Cranston kids learning how to play instruments, including my own. Vincent still plays the violin, by the way. They're increasing distance requirements to qualify for busing. That's on the table, meaning fewer families will be able to rely on buses to help get their kids to and from school, something critical to a lot of working parents. Classes and maybe even schools will be closed, thereby increasing the size of classes, increasing the burden on teachers, and reducing opportunities for individualized student learning.
I'm gonna need you to finish up.
Gonna finish
Ms.
up.
Boucher.
The era of counting on PTOs to fill these gaps is over. Many PTOs struggle to find volunteers and fewer families have the ability to support fundraisers. So I ask this committee, once you find the money for the senior center, please continue searching.
Thank you.
The students depend on you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Patricia Ritchie and then Joanne Roberto.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Patricia Ritchie. I live at 161 Albert Avenue. And I'm here this evening, and I was compelled to speak because I'm absolutely appalled by the fiscal fiasco that exists right now. And I believe, and you've heard it from many people, that the people, the citizens of Cranston, should not bear the brunt of the burden, particularly the seniors, the young children, Head Start, or the school systems that have been suffering for many years. There is a term known as budget justice. There's actually a book by that name. And how each of you vote and the administration votes to determine where the budget is placed reflects upon all of you where your integrity and your moral core lies. So please keep that in mind and know that while as a taxpayer, I've lived in Cranston since 2017. Prior to that, I was a North Kingstown resident for 26 years. So this is that much more appalling to me. These things don't happen overnight. There needs to be greater transparency. People have to be made aware, not 10 days before, but we have to know what's going on. The people who are responsible for this terrible deficit should in fact take cuts in salary, should in fact eliminate expensive drivers and expensive cars. And this should be reflected in how the budget is remedied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joanne Roberto and then Kathy Crowley.
Joanne Roberto. I live at 40 Seymour Avenue in Cranston. Good evening, council members and guests. My name is Joanne Roberto, and I have been a Cranston resident and registered nurse for over 50 years. I currently work at Cranston's Adult Daycare Program, which is a separate department in our Senior Services Center and serves men and women living with physical, intellectual, medical, and memory loss disabilities. If any of you on this council have ever had a friend or family, member of your family suffering from dementia or any type of chronic illness, you can understand the emotional, physical, and financial toll it takes. Caring for someone with memory loss or illness is a full-time responsibility requiring patience, support, and multiple resources while trying to keep a loved one safe at home. Our Adult Day program provides that support. 5 days a week, families depend on our program to provide a safe environment, medical supervision, balanced nutrition, exercise, mental stimulation, and social interaction. Just as importantly, it gives families peace of mind and allows caregivers the time to work, rest, attend appointments, and continue to care for their loved ones without complete burnout. Without the daycare program, many families would be forced into crisis situations or nursing home placement much sooner than necessary. Closing our daycare center would have truly life-changing consequences for the people we serve and also for the incredible professionals and volunteers who are dedicated to their work every day. Our staff and volunteers have built close relationships with our clients and their families. And I can tell you without hesitation that they put their hearts into caring for these people every day with patience, kindness, and dignity. These dedicated staff members would lose jobs and careers they truly care about. On behalf of all of our clients, their families, and our staff, I urge and implore you to keep our daycare program open so that we can continue to serve the members of our community and their families who deserve our respect, dignity, and support every day. Thank you for your attention. And
Thank you.
consideration.
Next speaker, School Committee Member Catherine Crowley.
Yes, my name is Kathy Crowley. I'm a member of the
I
Cranston.
won't set you a time, but I just want to know Mr. Thompson is next after you.
Member of the Cranston School Committee. I live at 290 Mashantucket Valley Parkway in Cranston. And as a Cranston resident, I'm going to talk first. I am appalled that the city of Cranston's size is in this condition. I just am appalled by it. I don't understand it. I think this city council needs to look at more checks and balances on the administration. I really feel that way. You know, I know this council, the budget was handed to you. I think it's a horrific new budget that came down. But also as a citizen, before I begin to talk about the schools, I think you need to fund the senior center. That senior center is known throughout the state. I worked 8 years in the city of East Providence as superintendent, and they're modeling their senior center after Cranston Senior Center. We need to take care of our elderly. They've lived here many years, many all their lives. They paid their taxes. We need to take care of these people. They've graduated from our schools, and I really feel strongly that we need to take care of our elderly here in Cranston, and I know you do too. Now, as far as the Cranston School Department budget, this budget that came from the mayor, level funding, you destroyed us. I'm going to say it in simple terms. You will destroy the school department if you leave that budget the way it is. Even at the 1.5%, we weren't going to make it. We were going to have to make some very severe cuts. And as Mrs. Boucher said, everything's on the table. On May 21st, we're meeting again to make additional cuts in personnel. I mean, we're cutting down to the bare bones. We're talking about the elimination of raises. We're talking about salaries. We're talking about opening contracts. We're talking about closing schools. We're talking about combining schools. We're talking about extending the mileage for children to walk. I was here and talked to you about the conditions of our school. I know this because in East Providence, we had a new high school built, the first one in 25 years. We were in a desperate situation when I arrived there. The state had just left East Providence. Your condition of your schools are deplorable. 7 of them need new roofs. If one of those roofs leak, we're in deep trouble. We have to take those children and we have to move them to other schools that will already be overcrowded. We have HVAC systems. Do you want your children warm in the winter? Then we need to replace these HVAC systems. Cranston High School East, 3 boilers. They've been there, I think, the 100 years the school has been open. One is not working, one is on its last legs. We got one remainder, but we can't even get the pots to fix them. They moved students from class to class in various areas of the school. But I know you understand that, and I have every faith in you that you're going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you very much. John Thompson, 71 Dana Drive, Vice President, Cranston Teachers Alliance. I just want to stop by saying it's deplorable that they're cutting the 2 most vulnerable groups of people within the city. And hopefully we can come to some type of resolution to fix that. But I'm speaking on behalf tonight for the teachers, paraprofessionals, support staff, and every employee who works in the Cranston Public Schools, each and every day committed to serve our students and the community. I want to focus on one truth. The current budget crisis in Cranston was not created by the employees in our schools or by the seniors at the senior center. Teachers did not create the city deficit. School staff did not file financial reports. Educators did not make financial decisions that brought us to this decision. Yet once again, the people are being asked to navigate severe budget cuts. These are the very people who have spent years holding the district together through chronic underfunding, chronic staff shortages, and growing student needs. This year, Cranston Public Schools requested an increase simply to maintain its existing services and raising operational costs. Even with that request, difficult decisions and reductions were already being implemented. Now the mayor's proposed level funding for 26-27 school year. And like many of you have already heard, level funding might sound prudent at this time. However, the reality is it's an educational cut. Costs continue to rise every single year. Transportation costs increase. For-profit charter school costs increase. Special education costs increase. Utilities increase. Student mental health and behavioral needs continue to grow. Unfunded state mandates, which we haven't done a well enough job of fending off, continue to grow. When funding stays flat while expenses rise, schools are forced to eliminate positions and reduce services just to survive. As requested by the mayor in this very chamber, educators have continued to do more with less. They've taken on larger class sizes. They've absorbed additional responsibilities. They've stretched limited resources year after year while continuing to provide our students with many top-notch educational opportunities, athletics, arts, and essential student support. But there's a breaking point. When schools lose teachers, when class sizes increase, and student opportunities are limited, when we lose paraprofessionals, vulnerable students lose support. When schools lose counselors, children lose access to mental health care and emotional guidance. When support staff are reduced, the entire learning environment suffers. These are not just numbers on the spreadsheet. These cuts become crowded classrooms, delayed services, staff burnout, and fewer opportunities for our students. Our students should not pay the price for the years of structural underfunding at both the local and state level. Public education is not an expense to minimize. It's an investment in the future of Cranston. And if we continue down a
Mr.
path of
Thompson?
level funding, yes. Thank you, sir. We need a partnership from the city. We need stability. And we need to continue to increase funding because these sacrifices will continue to create deficits and impact our students on a daily basis.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for your
Thompson.
time.
Sir, would you like to come up and speak, or anybody else in the audience? I'd like that man to come first. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I had to make you wait.
No, I understand completely.
Could
My,
you state your
um,
name and address for the
I'm a
record?
second generation volunteer at the senior center, and all I wanted to say was that I lost my wife 2.5 years ago, and if it wasn't for the staff at the senior center, I would have ended up at Butler. So it was a great service to me. She was sick I've been involved for 20 years or so, and she was sick for about 10 years. And I just wanted to say that, that's all. I did.
For the record.
I gave my name before. You have it? Bob Stallbush, 18 Brown Street in Cranston.
Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you.
All
And
right.
thank you for your comment.
Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandy Pliskin, live at 314 Magnolia Street. I didn't have prepared remarks. I wasn't expecting to speak tonight, but I haven't heard enough on behalf of CCAP and Head Start. So I want to speak about that for a moment. I worked in early childhood education for 50 years. Now I'm retired and I volunteer at the Early Head Start on Gansett Avenue. And when I go there, I see teachers who have to spend their own money to have the supplies that they need. The city's already taken away the gross motor space that the kids used to be able to use in the wintertime when the weather was bad. So the kids are cooped up in bad weather. Let's not take more away from them. Head Start is one of the most studied programs that the government has ever had. And you spend $1 on Head Start, and down the road, as you follow these kids, you save $20 on possible bad outcomes by spending that money on Head Start ahead of time. Let's see what else I want to say. I think that the place to look for cuts is not for programs that help people, that we have programs like capital expenditures that can wait. I think the point of government is to make sure that everybody has enough. And so if we're going to if we need to find the money, then we need to go after the people who are comfortable and have the wealth. And I'm glad that they are comfortable, but it's time for them to make sure that other people can be comfortable as well. And one last thing I want to say is we need to know that this is a national phenomena going on right now, and that we need to consider that national bills like the so-called Big Beautiful Bill are hurting all of us, and we are relying on our local representatives to protect us when other supports are being taken away. So thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Melcher Haddada at 65 Ferncrest.
Just a little louder.
Elizabeth Melcher Haddada at 65 Ferncrest.
Perfect.
Okay. The relationship between public servants, the relationship between public servants and the individuals that make up a community is just that, a relationship. And every relationship requires respect, honesty, clear communication, and shared values to remain strong and viable. Our public schools, our excellent police and fire departments, and our model senior citizen center and services, and eventually Budlong Pool,
are not luxuries. They are vital to our shared existence. Every society will be judged not on how the most privileged and powerful are treated, but the most vulnerable. Our bottom line is not a number, but must be the well-being of the youngest, oldest, and most insecure among us.
Thank you.
Bedros Kevorkian, 34 Justin Way. So I wanted to speak a little bit about the senior center as well as the adult daycare in particular. I unfortunately had 3 grandparents who got to a point where they could no longer take care of themselves and had to attend the adult daycare. So I know firsthand that this is not such a narrow issue that the adult daycare will only impact the members that go there. It really is a lot broader and reaches the support groups, the loved ones, family members, and caregivers. You know, it was because of the adult daycare that I could go to school every day, not having to worry about, you know, if my loved ones were going to receive proper care, if my grandparents were going to be safe. I could focus on my education and receive a proper education, and then grow up and become a productive member of society and give back to the city of Cranston. You know, my parents did not have to get out of work, stop working, and therefore stop paying taxes, stop contributing to the city. It is because of the adult daycare. I've volunteered at the senior center in multiple ways. You know, I've done arts and crafts with the adult daycare. I've prepared meals in the kitchen. I know the care that Chef Sean and his team provide every meal. I've served meals in the dining room. I've refereed Scrabble games. You know, I've done almost everything, you know, I can. My mom, you heard her speak. She's the director of social services there. So really growing up in that environment, I just grew to understand the importance that this has in the community. I see the councilman before me. You know, it just tonight, seeing how much you care for the city, you know, you stepping out to hand out a scholarship, you acknowledging the veterans before this and ensuring that we did the Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor Trafficani, I know you spoke in my high school graduation and hearing everything that my parents say about you as a mayor. So, and I think I may be the youngest person in this room, but if I can see how important the seniors and the senior center is, I think all of us can. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Sarah Harrigan, 70 Ferncrest. I also don't have very prepared remarks. I wasn't sure I was going to speak tonight, but I've heard a lot of really great and moving testimony. Like many people, I am just livid at the state that you all find the budget in right now and need to find solutions to. We should have been raising taxes at a very reasonable amount for years and years, and we have not. So we are in a really difficult situation, and I've heard many people talk tonight about how atrocious it is to consider balancing that mistake of a budget on the backs of the least fortunate people in our community. We have heard so many people talk about the senior center. I could not agree more. My work is focused on long-term services and supports, and I can tell you, if you are not funding a model senior center like in Cranston, those costs to the city are going to shift, and you are going to see more fire department calls, more police department calls, and increased stress, not just on those individuals who are gaining so much from the senior center, but from their loved ones as well. And that has a real social and economic cost. The other thing I really want to make sure that we touch on, as a mom of a public school kid, as a longtime volunteer with the schools, I know that there are many in that community who wish they could be here tonight, and I want to pass on that if you go into any public school in Cranston, you are going to see principals, teachers, specialists working miracles every day. They are on a shoestring budget as it is. Passing the budget as suggested is an absolute cut. I don't know how they can make it. And to
talk with a straight face about not giving these teachers a raise while our mayor has a driver, among many, many other things we could cite. There is no one who deserves a six-figure salary more than public school teachers. And we cannot sit here with a straight face and talk about cutting their jobs and their raises when we're not really digging deeply into other areas of the budget to cut. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak on this docketed matter? Going once? You coming up? Okay.
All right. Good evening, Chief of Staff Moretti, City Council, President Wall.
Let me interrupt you.
Sky
Just state your
Marcos,
name.
164 Hazard Avenue in East Providence, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Chief of Staff Moretti, City Council President Wall, members of the City Council, and members of our community. My name is Sky Marcos, and although I am not a Cranston resident, I am a long-term employee. Having served the community for 21 years as a police dispatcher and currently a programs director at the Cranston Senior Center, I'm here tonight to urge you not to close or reduce services at the Senior Center. The Senior Center is not simply a building. It is not a line item in a budget. It is a lifeline, as many people have said here tonight, for many of our older adults in our community. For countless seniors, the center provides something people take for granted: connection, purpose, health, and dignity. Every day, seniors walk through those doors, not just to pass the time, but to stay active, engaged, and independent. These programs offered at the Senior Center are essential. Exercise classes help improve balance, strength, and mobility. Reducing falls and hospital visits, wellness activities are proven to help seniors remain healthier longer. And that matters not only because the individuals who benefit from it, but their families, their caregivers, and taxpayers as well. Healthy seniors are more independent seniors. Preventative wellness programs save money by reducing emergency medical care, long-term health complications, and social service needs. The nutrition program is equally as important. For some seniors, the meals they receive at the center are the only meals that they will receive that day. It is a balanced and reliable meal. These programs fight malnutrition, support chronic health conditions, and ensure that older adults are not forced to choose between food, medication, or utilities. Perhaps the most important thing that this center provides cannot easily be measured in dollars. It provides human connection. Loneliness and isolation among seniors have become a serious public health issue. Studies show social isolation can increase the risk of depression, dementia, heart disease, and even premature death. The Senior Center combats that every single day. At the center, people build friendships, they laugh together, they celebrate birthdays, they check on one another, they create a support system that many seniors no longer have elsewhere. For widows, widowers, veterans, and seniors living alone, the center may be the only place they interact with other seniors all week. Our trips bring back memories. It gives them the opportunity to visit old familiar places and allows them to visit and look forward to exploring new places, finding new interests. Our educational programs give them insight and knowledge on concerns designed towards seniors' needs. Classes such as English
Ms.
as a second
Marcos?
language.
Can you finish up? Thank you. Thank you.
I understand that the financial pressures are difficult and there's difficult decisions to be made, but I ask you tonight to consider alternatives before taking away something so vital. Once the Senior Center closes, the damages cannot be easily undone. The isolation, the loss of services, and the loss of community will be felt. This center is not a luxury, it is an investment in health, prevention, compassion, and community.
Thank
I
you.
respectfully ask you to protect our seniors.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Kathy Nassau. I live at 44 Cohasset Lane. I have one question. Where is our mayor this evening?
Well, we're not allowed to answer. It's not a back and forth, but
I'm sorry. I
just
couldn't-
so
I
everybody's
couldn't hear
quiet.
you.
When this is public comment, it's not an exchange. So even if I had the answer, I couldn't give it to you. I'm not allowed to
You're
answer
not
it.
allowed to answer.
No.
Okay.
Do you
I
have,
speak on behalf of probably a lot of people here that are very sad that he's not here.
thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers?
Some smiles. Hi, how are you? For the record, Barbara Ann Fenton Fung, 1581 Phoenix Ave. I wasn't supposed to talk tonight, but if we left you with anything over the past 12 years, okay? Go back, the good years of Cranston, okay? If we taught you anything, it's how to survive bad times. And where on earth is your moral compass? And I'm not talking to the council straight out. This administration's budget is deplorable. Dr. Ritchie, you couldn't have nailed it on the head anymore. How on earth do you not keep Jen Kevorkian, who keeps so many seniors out of nursing homes, who is their lifeline when they can't pay their bills? But you keep a communications director? Do you need a driver or do you need more Ernies to make sure that our seniors are eating? Save it for the end. I got 3 minutes. Okay. I want you to go back and eliminate the heck out of these administrative positions. And I want you to keep Jen. I want you to keep Ernie. I want you to keep the guys who are working every single day out on the fire trucks, down in public works. You know why the city looks a little old right now? Because there's not enough of them to begin with. Stop for a second. Think, where is my moral compass? Why am I not funding the schools? But I'm making sure that there are red carpets. Oh, and we're going to bring up the $40,000 Christmas tree. Okay? Start looking at this ridiculous spending going on. This financial crisis, this did not happen overnight. This was foreseeable. Some of us foresaw it. And this isn't the first time from this administration. His second year in, there was what, about a $15 million deficit? We didn't feel it then because there were the ARPA funds and it got wiped out. This wasn't a mistake by the financial director. He made some mistakes, little ones here and there, but this wasn't all his fault. This is a culture of overspending and thinking about what can they get out of it instead of what all of these guys can get out of it. And where can we build our seniors? I would eliminate the economic development director. You guys were all sitting there in your budget hearings and I heard the frustration. We don't need that. We need more of them. And this is where I challenge you first. I know budget times are hard, but stop for a second and think, what do we need for them? Not what do we need for us? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak on docketed matters? Okay, I'm gonna go online. Tom, is there anyone online?
Janice Ruggieri.
Janice, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You have 3 minutes.
Janice Ruggieri, 45 Overhill Road, Cranston, Rhode Island. I think at this point, it needs to be said that there are many people to blame for this mess, but not too many working to fix the issues. We've heard all of the blame, but no solutions. During this fiscal fiasco, we had a mayor who billed himself as the education mayor and then has repeatedly underfunded the schools, as evidenced by the latest independent audit. And the first place he chose to cut in this debacle is from the schools. Never mind the fact that he also wanted to cut services from our senior population. Not 1 minute of work was put into fixing this problem. A perfect example was tonight, Director Moretti stating that somehow we will find a way. Somehow is not a plan. It's indicative of why we are in this mess in the first place. Why would the administration not accept negotiations with the fire department when there could be savings? On top of that, we find out that the taxpayers have been footing the bill for a personal lawsuit that the mayor is involved in. The burden of this debacle is being placed on the taxpayers and our most vulnerable populations. I agree that the budget proposed by the education mayor was a spite budget because there could be no other valid reason for these to be the only cuts proposed unless all other avenues had been exhausted. Mr. Hopkins began his term in office with a deficit that he did not even try to fix once when it was identified. Instead, he more than quadrupled that deficit, and here we are today. But he is not the only one to blame. The financial oversight of the city council has been lacking. The finance committee was not meeting regularly, and then it seems as though they were not reading or reporting any issues to the council at large. When I was on the school committee, our finance officer would present a budget to us each month. In this budget, it would show if we were using more than what was expected in one area, and then we could move funds around from other areas that were being underused. I do not understand how the city council could not have known about this huge deficit problem. Prior and current city councils rubber-stamped budgets that the city could not afford, with very few amendments or concerns about where funding was coming from. When former council members questioned funding for certain items, like a park, answers were never forthcoming. Tonight, Mr. Stichos stood up as a public citizen and was able to identify items that could save money that would not affect day-to-day care or operations or quality of services. Why has no one else done this? At this time, I would like to suggest that Mayor Hopkins submit his resignation, as it has become abundantly clear that he is not qualified to handle this job. Thank you for your time.
Jared Vasilla Smith.
Can you hear me?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for everyone that spoke today, and thank you, council, for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name's Jared
Just
Vasella Smith.
thank you. State your name and address, please.
My name's Jared Vasella Smith at 91 Bartlett Avenue in Cranston, Rhode Island. I wanted to come and talk today about some of the effects of possibly these cuts. I emailed some of the council members in writing, and not usually much to come out and speak. Usually kind of behind my keyboard, but I thought it was pertinent to come and talk on these matters today. I'm a product of CAP. I wrote my first resume through CAP programs there. Spent time in Cranston Public Schools, and I've been a resident of Cranston my entire life, moving from Garden City over to Auburn, and then finally over into Edgewood. And I think it's appalling that using underprivileged and disenfranchised groups of people as leverage tools to get the attention for certain aspects of the budget is downright appalling. Using our senior citizens, using our children, and using everyone else in between is not only inhumane, but just vile. Cranston's senior residents are about 16% of the population, and about 13% of those live in poverty situations. If you are to take away their meals, their transportation to their doctor's offices, as mentioned before by one of the other constituents and speakers, that pressure on other social services will increase if you take those away. And same thing goes for the children. If you take away their schooling and you take away their education and cuts to their education, it's scientifically proven that chances of poverty will increase and more dependencies on social services, setting up future Cranston and current Cranston for failure. And I just think it's important to state that if we keep kicking this can down the line, the can's only going to start rolling faster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Account name Peter.
Peter? Is Peter on mute?
Peter is muted. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, how are you?
Can you state your name and address for the record, sir?
Peter Ravelli, 8 Emerald Drive, Cranston, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
The senior center is a vital part of our city. It's not a nice to have, it's a necessity. Some of us may not need it right now because we have families, jobs, other support systems, but many of us may rely on this in the future. It took years to build the senior center and programs and services we have today, and we should not tear them down because of poor financial decisions. Our rainy day fund is also vital to maintain the city's strong bond rating. We should not, sorry, we should be adding to it, not keeping it stagnant or reducing it further. Former Councilman Stichels brought up several budget items that the city simply cannot afford at this time. And former Councilman Ferry also made several good points. These are difficult decisions, but we need to focus on what the city can realistically afford right now. In June 2024, the voters approved a school bond that included funding for school infrastructure and improvements, including items such as Cranston High School West parking lot and Cranston High School East boiler. I'm using this as an example of budgeting gone wrong. These are basic infrastructure needs that were approved by voters, yet they still do not appear to be completed or addressed. My concern is that when we commit to funding critical projects like this, there should be a clear execution, accountability, and follow-through. If we are unable to deliver on approved capital projects, it raises broader concerns about how future budgeting decisions are being planned and managed. If we continue operating the same way, we are likely looking to multiple increase in taxes in the future. City Council, you all have a tough job, but I've seen bipartisanship from this council. You all seem to bring common sense to the table, and that is something that often seems to be missing in politics today. My advice is simple. Use common sense. If it's something we do not truly need or cannot currently afford, then we should not be spending money on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravelli.
Alice Patrone.
Alice, can you hear me? Is she muted?
She is unmuted. You have 2 accounts active, so it might be the wrong account.
Okay.
I'm bringing in the other account with the same name.
Alice, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Alice, can you state your name and address for the record?
Drive, Cranston.
You are breaking, you're
This is
breaking up.
reverberating back and forth.
You're signed on with 2 accounts, so you might want to sign off the other account. Otherwise, you'll get a feedback.
Okay.
That sounds better.
Better?
Much better.
Okay. Okay. I want to just address the biggest issue here are the raises in the mayor's office. And 3 positions there that could be easily omitted at a savings of over $300,000. Also, the driver that the mayor has, someone mentioned that there could be a policeman who could do the same job. I'd just like to share with you that my cousin, who was a Providence police officer, was the driver for Mayor Paolino. So this is done in other municipalities. So many of the positions that the mayor has created are purely political patronage. And it's at the taxpayer's expense. I urge the council to make the first cuts to this budget in the administration's office. and not put it on the backs of the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder to the public, please press the raise hand button if you would like to speak. I see no other public comment.
There's no one online left for public comment. So at this time, I'm going to close public comment. And we're going to move on to amendments and revisions to the FYI 2026-27 proposed budget. We're going to look at amendments prior to the meeting. Our council auditor prepared amendments for both the Democratic caucus and the Republican caucus. I think, Auditor DeMayo, if you could pass those out. I think as we did in the past, we give everybody a chance to look at the amendments. There may be some overlap. We'll take a brief recess for that matter, maybe 5 to 10 minutes to give people a chance to digest, and then we'll reconvene. So we will recess for about 10 minutes.
It's up to you. You can take it, I can take it.
All right, we're gonna reconvene the meeting, but I'm gonna ask the president of the firefighters union to step up just for a moment. I appreciate your commentary. I just have a little bit of, just not specifics on anything that you and the administration would address. That would be an executive session. It's not our purview. But if you were to come to agreement between the administration and the fires union, how quickly, you would have to vote, correct?
That is correct.
Guys, can we keep it down?
If we came to an agreement, we would need about 72 hours to have that vote completed.
Okay.
Like open, public meetings, we're required to post the meeting for about 48 hours. And then we have to host 2 meetings to explain whatever agreement we come to with the administration, with the body, and then it has to go to a vote.
72 business days, 72 hours after you come to an agreement, you have to give the membership a chance to vote that, in that time, is that correct?
Yes, I'd agree with that, yes,
All right.
72 hours.
All right, so you guys both agree to sit down. I can't discuss anything in public. I appreciate you coming. I really appreciate the fire department coming forward. And, I'm sure everybody on the council and the members of the public do as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Francis.
Thank you all for your time. Thank you all for your support. Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to move on to amendments. The First Amendment, I see Councilman Andujar's hand.
Thank you. Thank you for the public for staying. May I entertain a motion to increase the tax levy from 4% to 4.65%, which equals $1,248,361.
So moved.
Second.
As authorized by the Department of Business Regulation.
As authorized. You want me to say it again? As authorized by the Department of Revenue.
All
May I
right, is there a
entertain
motion?
So moved.
Second. All right, any discussion? And as further stated, this was authorized by the Department of Revenue. We, of course, would have to vote on it, and with this increase, that's as far as we can go before we would go to General Assembly. We would need, yes, for the record, you need 8 votes for this to happen. Mr. Bonanno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr.'s okay too. First of all, to the people that remain here, thank you very much. I want to say that it was always my intention to, as a public official, to watch tax dollars very closely. I think everybody on this council shares that sentiment. I don't think that's a unique sentiment of elected officials. I want to say that while I want to say to the public and to everybody that's listening, we don't do this lightly. We don't go over the 4% cap lightly. We don't raise taxes lightly. And as we begin to embark on this journey over the next 2 days, and then once again on the first day of June, I want to just remind everybody that this has been a very difficult process for everybody, the citizens, the elected officials, the seniors, the kids, the school committee members, people that work at the senior center, the staff, the first responders, everybody. If I'm forgetting somebody, it's not intentional. This has been difficult for everybody. The laborers, I see all of the representatives out there, every public employee. And again, if I'm forgetting anybody, it's not intentional. We have to have a mindset of nobody is going to be thrilled with what we're able to do here tonight and tomorrow and in the future. The fact that, hey, we're going to Disney World type of feeling, that's not going to happen. However, I think we're all searching for solutions that are going to leave us at least satisfied. That's the situation we're in. The situation we're in is the best possible outcome is that we all are satisfied. So I think as we go forward, we got to sort of adjust the expectation that nobody's going to be really happy. But we also don't want to be in such dire straits that people are in despair. If we can get to satisfied, I think that's a victory. And that's why I will reluctantly vote yes to increase the tax levy to 4.65. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further comments by members of the council?
Chairman,
I see Councilman Trafficant.
I've been going through this process since 1979. It's not an easy process. It's complex, but it doesn't have to be confusing or detrimental, as long as we're all rowing in the same direction. And I truly believe I worked with a number of councils over the years, and this is the most cooperative council I've worked with throughout my 43 years as an elected official. And I want to congratulate you people for that and thank you for that. We'll get this job done and we'll do it the right way.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments by Councilman Ritz?
Just had a few quick comments for who's left here. You know, I look at the 4.65 as a last ditch effort to keep the senior center and to give money to the schools. But I think with this council, and as Councilman Trafficante said, this body works together. We're going in the right direction. I'm confident with the cuts we're looking to make, that we can keep it at 4% and still keep the senior center and give money to the schools. But I also want to say, we're going to get there with the lower tax increase because of the help from the unions. The laborers union, the fire union, the police department union, they all called me the first day and said, what can we do to help? And they're willing to give back more to help the city. And it frustrates me when I see all these different things about overtime and stuff like that on the internet, because those are state mandated things. And these are first responders. And these are people that work very hard every day to give to the city, but they're the first ones to give back and do more with less to help us and help the city. So I just wanted to make that known. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments from members of the council? I see Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you, President Wall. While I know a number of residents left this evening, I just want to say for the record that I'm grateful that they came this evening, but I also want to apologize that they felt threatened by this budget. While I understand it wasn't a direct result of the city council, coming here scared and upset for their families is not a feeling that anyone wants to feel. And I believe that the schools feel the same way. I don't want to see this happening in the city of Cranston. I think that we are better than this. I think we can work together to create a better community. And while I'm grateful that people came to speak on their behalf to get what we need for Cranston, I'm sorry that this is the reason that they had to do it, because their line item was zeroed out. And we hope to restore some of these line items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Campiano. Oh, I didn't see your hand, Traffic. I'll get Councilman Campiano and then Vice President Ryan.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, to the people who left, we heard you. All 9 of us heard you, and we heard you loud and clear. This is a very important matter, and I'm confident that this council will take care of it and rectify it. I struggle with raising the taxes. We're tasked with spending other people's money, and that is an awesome responsibility. So I do not take it lightly. But going from 7.4 down to 4.65 is a big jump. So I feel we're going in the right direction. So for that reason, I will be voting yes for the 4.65. Hopefully, we'll work again as a team, find that additional money that we need without any more burden to the taxpayer, and get this done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Council Vice President Ryan.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that was here tonight. The last month, we have received an enormous amount of phone calls, emails. We've tried to get back to everyone. We have all worked together. This budget was extremely disappointing to us, nothing that none of us ever thought we'd experience. The disappointment, you'll never understand. We've worked hard. I never thought I would be okay with a 4.65. If you had asked me 2 months ago, I would have laughed at you and said, absolutely not. To hear that people are scared that their elderly friends, relatives, or themselves may not have a hot meal or be able to talk to somebody about getting their prescriptions for every day and help with the organization, or to have kids have to walk on streets. I myself walk in Cranston, and I walk on a sidewalk or the side of the road because a lot of the sidewalks are really not in good condition or overgrown. I'm afraid of getting hit by a car. I cannot imagine sending a 3rd or 4th grader off to walk these distances. I'm sorry, but as Council President Dan Wall has done, he's made changes. We will be getting more updates. I think every person on this council now will be asking a lot more questions about the city finances. Thank you to the unions that have gone forward. I hope we all continue to work together. That's all.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Andujar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to caution everybody because 4.65 will not really solve the problem. And I just don't want people to get their hopes up that 4.65 takes care of everything. So just keep that in mind when we're moving forward because we're going to have to find more cuts. So just keep that in mind, everybody. That's my opinion. We're going to need maybe more. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'll sum it up before I take a vote. I don't want to,
Mr. President,
oh, I'm going to go to Councilman Trafficani.
I just want to add to what the Councilman Andujar said. I agree with you somewhat. You know, we just cannot balance this budget on the backs of our seniors and the education department. That would be totally unfair. And like I said, I may agree with you because we may have to go to 5.5 or somewhere in that area to satisfy the needs of the city of Cranston.
Thank you, Councilman. Once again, I won't reiterate what my colleagues on the council say. It's good. Oh, Council, Jesus, what's wrong with me today? I must be getting tired. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yeah, thank you, Council President Wall. I just want to echo what all of my council members say as well. You know, the 4.6% increase isn't good, but it's definitely going in the right direction. And after listening to all of our seniors and school members speak, you know, they're not line items and we need to fight harder for them.
Thank you. Thank you. So as I initially said several times, you know, in this room, that this budget deficit had to be solved with a combination of two things. And I think, I don't know who it was, Councilman Ritz or Councilman Bonanno said, it was cuts and increases in revenue. Neither one, I think you said, neither one are easy. These are all difficult because every time you cut something, it hurts something that people want. And increases hurt as well because you're taking money out of people's pocket. So there has to be a balance. And I do think it was you, Councilman Brown, said no one's going to be happy. And I can think you see the members of the public who are still here. You can see the faces of the people around this room are not happy about what they have to do either. We're going to do what we have to do. And as Councilman Andujar said, this doesn't get it. This gets us a little ways, but we're not done. We got to get further. So with that, please, Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. That motion carries. The next, I think I see Council. Hold on. You're going to, okay, go right ahead. Let the council order to speak for a minute. Mr. DeMail.
So with that First Amendment taking place, what the council is going to do is make either revenue increases or expenditure reductions, and we're going to run a tally. And once they're done with the tally, whether it be tonight, tomorrow night, they're going to do the other side. And that would be the reallocation of the income increases and reduction in expenses on where they're going to allocate it to the neediest areas in the city budget.
Thank you, Order DeMail. So the next, and I believe the next amendment, I see Councilman Bonanno. You would be next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, thank you. On behalf of our caucus, of which Councilman Campopiano is our minority leader, and I know he'll speak in a moment. We came up with some cuts, and I'm gonna begin, and we're gonna kind of move along if it's all right with the president. Each one of our members of our caucus would like to present some of the.
However you do it, certainly would be fine with me.
Okay, thank you.
As long
So
as the order is.
all right, I'm going to begin by motioning that the following reductions be made in city expenses to group 1103, which is legal, line item 52311. We would like to reduce the number from 214,000 in the solicitor line item to 183,000. with a $31,000 expense reduction. Going, the next, I want to go too fast because I know,
We're gonna,
sure, yes.
Any member could ask to be divided out, but it's up to them to decide.
Yeah, if there's no objection through the president, we can do this as a block.
yes, I don't see any objection.
Okay. Next, Group 1116, Division of Information Technology, line item 52931, computer maintenance and fees. We'd like to reduce that from 639,000 to 629,000, $10,000 reduction. Also, Group 1116, Division of Information Technology, 52932, system upgrades, 40,000 to 30,000, $10,000 reduction. Also, Group 1116, Division of Information Technology, technology upgrades, 65,000 to 55,000, $10,000 reduction. Group 1117, Division of Treasury and Collections, postage, line item 52941, from 88,000 to 83,000, $5,000 reduction. Group 1200, fire, line item 53021, tires and tubes, from 55,000 to 45,000, $10,000 reduction. And I have two more. Group 1202, line item 53203, fingerprint cards, 5,000 to 25,000, and a $2,500 reduction. Oh, I'm sorry, 5,000 to 2,500, $2,500 reduction. Before I say this next one, I want to preface this by saying I wish we didn't have to come up with these ideas. And like Councilman Ritz, I have the utmost respect for our first responders, as well as our teachers and public employees. But we need to make some serious sacrifices, and I think they're all going to be shared. And like I said, not everybody's going to be happy. But I hope we can get through this as a community and as a collaboratively. Group 1202 Police, line item 53210, cars, from 400,000 to 200,000, $200,000 reduction. I defer to Councilman Ritz.
Thank you.
Hold on one second. Before we go, there was a question from Director Renzulli, just on which line was it?
Salaries together, so you think to get rid of a part-time solicitor? I'm just trying to understand what it is so I can communicate that back.
Well, that's up to the administration. If the solicitors want to all remain and reduce their fee, then that's acceptable to the council or acceptable to us who are approving it.
Mhm.
If a solicitor, that's equivalent to one solicitor's part-time salary.
Mhm.
If that's the way the administration would like to handle it, that's up to them. You know, that's not our purview. However,
Okay. Usually it's individualized, that's why I'm asking.
yeah,
I
so
know- I
however
know
the
if you had a
administration
specific
thinks as though that's able to be done, that's fine with me.
Okay, thank
And
you.
us. Thank you.
We haven't made the motion yet, and nothing in it. We have to take discussion once. She just wanted to be clarified. So, Chris, we should be probably taking that, on that block, that first block, we should probably take a motion, take a second on, originally the intention, and trust me, correct me if I'm wrong, Audit DeMayo, that we were gonna take each block at a time, right? All right, so you took, which two blocks did you take?
He actually did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So which they were, so which were they? What was
He
the
did legal,
legal,
technology,
technology,
treasury, fire, and police.
could we have a motion to approve those amendments?
So moved. Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Hold on, I'm gonna take the council members first. Discussion, Councilman Andujar.
I'm just worried about the cars. As you know, these cars are always getting banged up. Do we really need to take these $200,000 out? And have you talked to anybody over there? Because I'm just worried that 2 cruisers go down and then now we're gonna be off 2 police vehicles in our city at night.
So
That's all, that's
this-
my worry.
This line item, through the chair,
Yeah.
my understanding is
Yes,
this
sir,
line
yeah.
item is for replacement of fleet vehicles. It's not if a car gets into an accident. So, yeah, I mean, I'd rather see the senior center be able to have 200,000 extra dollars as opposed to, this year having brand new police cars. I would rather have both. And I wish we were in the situation where we didn't have to do that. And this is, not easy, but, yeah, I think, they can have 3 cars instead of 6 this year, and hopefully by next year, we can re-up it to where it's supposed to be.
I see Councilwoman Haroyan, Council Vice President Haroyan.
I want to echo Howe's concerns also. We're to discuss this with the police department before I vote on this, because that's their office. They don't have a desk. They don't have a computer at the police department. Like, this is how they work out of. Like, people here in City Hall have an office, a desk, a computer, and a city car, and a gas paid for. So and is this something we can ask if we cut out this year? Can we please ask to monitor it and see how it's affecting them when we go into next year's budget?
If I may, through the chair, we don't want to take away any vehicles. That's right. Yeah, it's just new ones. I just think that in this particular budget year, this is not ideal, and I would love, yeah. I think in this particular budget year, this is an answer that nobody wants to look at, but we have to. And by all means, you're right. Did they deserve the $400,000? Yes. But yeah, here we are.
I think what you're doing right now is making a difficult choice. And in a perfect world, we wouldn't make it. So I echo both sides of the argument, not to be political about it, but we're making a difficult choice here. Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Council President. Guess I got a 2-part thing. Maybe we should take this one line out. We're still going to do some amendments tomorrow night, I believe.
I mean, we're gonna do more amendments tomorrow night, and we're gonna finalize the budget. We have to finalize it tomorrow, but yeah, we're gonna do more.
I mean, would everybody feel more comfortable? We've took that one particular line item out of this bundle and spoke with the police tomorrow and then revisited it tomorrow?
Well, I'd kind of go to the sponsor and the person, we'd have to ask for a withdrawal of the motion.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Well, we could take that one out, and the council attorney, said we could also take it out and vote that one separately. As opposed to that one, because that's going to be a decision. If we think we're going to get more information, I might be in favor to continue that till tomorrow, and when we get more information, we make a better decision. Would that be all right with you, Councilman Bonanno?
To do it separate?
Or would you rather do it separate or continue it to tomorrow? Maybe we have a little more information.
Well, let me say this. I would rather not do it tomorrow. However, Councilman Andujar just whispered something to me. There's the possibility that within the 10 days, this would be one of the first things I would want to put back. If within the 10 days, there is something that we come up with. And listen, first of all, this wasn't just my idea. All right, we all met as a group and we agreed on it. So I'm unsure why we're debating with ourselves here on our side, but I would like to vote on it tonight as well.
Fair enough. Councilman Ritz.
2 comments. Councilman Bonanno said one of them that, given some changes that could happen in the next 10 days, this would be one thing we would put back in. My other question is, if we got into a situation where this needed to be put back in, can we amend the budget mid-season and put this back in?
No. Once we pass it, sorry, after that date, that it's there for the year. And it is, you know, new cars for a year. It's a hard choice, yeah. Councilman, are you all set, Councilman? Councilman Trafficant.
I want to second what Mr. Bonanno's saying. Look, every department's going to feel the stress of this budget. So I have no problem with taking the $30,000 out. I'm sorry, the $200,000 out. If it works out in the long run, we can always put it back in within the 10-day period.
Okay, I think we've heard from everyone at this point. There's a motion, a second. I'm gonna do, please, Mr. Director Moretti, and
Yeah, just to fill you in, I might be able to answer your question so you have the information on. If the colonel were speaking here, this is what he'd say. To Councilwoman Haroyan's point, he would say that about that is their office, it's essential. It's something you may have not realized. Typically, they get about 8 cars every year. The mayor's budget also has reduced it already by 2 vehicles. So now they're at 5 or 6 cars. If you reduce this, they could be down to 3 or 4 cars, less than half. So I could tell you that the chief will come here and say they can't do it. And also, I just want to point out, this will now be a structural problem because next year it is 4 cars or 3 or 4 cars a year is not sustainable. We may have lost a car at 2 o'clock this morning. We've been losing cars. Going back of the highway department, look at all the total wrecks there. In all sincerity, just wanted to advise you of that. The colonel won't be in support of this. And for those reasons, they're having problems with cars as it is. And again, the mayor's budget already reduced 2 vehicles, which they were not one bit happy about.
I do, if I may, Mr. Chair. Okay.
I'm gonna go to Councilman Bonanno, and then I'm gonna come right around. Thank you, Director. All right, Councilman Bonanno.
I also want to say that, number one, I think, you know, we're in a time where this is difficult. Like you said, this is a difficult situation. And believe me, my car is 10 years old, okay? And I have eventually I'm going to need a new one. And my budget's going to be what it is. And if I can't afford a new car, I buy a used one. So perhaps with the reduction, they can still get, you know, X amount of cars. However, instead of getting a brand new cruiser, they get one gently used from a hand-me-down from the state police or, you know, another municipality that isn't in the Straits of Cranston's in. I agree. This is less than ideal. I think everybody does. And if were I the chief, which I will never be, take a look at me, I would also stand up there and say, no, this is a problem. At the same time, we're at an impasse and the rubber's meeting the road here, and we have to make tough decisions. And this is the first one we're going to make in a series.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
I don't know if we have authority, but checking on what Councilman Bonanno said, it's much more important that officers have cruisers to drive around in than say a deputy chief of staff or a chief of staff, and they both drive Ford Explorers. Do we have the ability to transfer them from one department to a department that needs them?
I would assume that the city's allocation, you want to restate that question so the director can hear it?
Absolutely.
Please answer.
Yeah, those cars are specially equipped. The cruisers are specially equipped with different engines, different suspension, so on and so forth. They're not passenger vehicles. They're looking for cruisers. Those are the ones that are getting in the accidents. They're okay with detective cars, if you will, but it's the hard cruisers that are on the road all the time that they're having the total wrecks.
Ask this. So is that your staff is driving were bought brand new and didn't come from the police department?
At a point, at the passenger level, not that grade.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Andujar, and now I'm sorry, Councilman Graziano, I missed you. Go
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, when I got elected, I promised the constituents of my ward that I will focus on seniors and quality of life. And it's sad because I totally agree with my my friend over here, Councilman Bonanno, especially with the legal item, but I can't vote on this. So I will be voting no. And I apologize to Chris because, you know, they're doing a really, really good job, but quality of life is a police cruiser. And if they can't respond to the residents of my ward, then I'm losing the battle. So I will be voting no. I wish that we could do line by line, but since we're gonna take it
Well,
as a block,
I think we're gonna pull that line out. We will vote it on one line, because even if we vote one of those lines down, you want to get the additional savings that's in there. So, David, who made the motion? I'm gonna ask that the person who made the
So, all
motion.
right, yes, I made the motion. I would like to block it,
Hold on.
remove the
Wait,
200,000.
I didn't see it. Hold on, you didn't make the motion.
No, I thought I said I made a motion.
Councilman
I'm sorry.
Trafficani, would you like to withdraw the motion? We'll go line by line. All right.
Yes.
So the motion was made as a block, right? But any member can ask that any item listed in that block to be removed, to withdraw, to be voted on separately. Right? So it's like a piece of statutory legislation. When you want to vote on it separately, you can pull it out. So that's one statute with all different line items. If you want to vote it on separately, any member doesn't have to vote on it. Any member can ask that line item be taken out separately and voted upon.
So I'm gonna ask that line, what line is it, David?
1202.
53210. Cars.
Cars, all right. I'd like to make, does it have a motion?
No motion is necessary. Just vote on that one first.
Yeah, so I want a motion. Is there a motion to approve? On the
All right, so wait a minute, time out, I'm confused.
Yes, go ahead. Go
So
ahead, say it.
we're doing the rest of the block right now?
No, we're just.
We're gonna take that one out, then we're gonna take the rest of the block. Am I correct?
Yes, so we're voting on the motion to approve this cut of $200,000 separately. That's the motion that it's been taken out separately, and we're voting on that separately now.
Yeah, I didn't know, I just want to know what I was voting on, sorry.
Yeah, no, we all should know. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, that is a motion to approve?
Approve the cut.
To approve, that's a motion to approve the cut. And that's.
Approve the $200,000 cut to cars.
All right,
Okay, thank you. So a yes vote cuts it, a no vote leaves it.
exactly, so yes. Yes, Council, Vice President Ryan.
Do I make a motion to deny the cut?
No,
We've already got a motion on the table to approve. You can vote it
we
down.
voted no.
All right. Is there any further discussion? I see Councilman Campiano.
Thank you, Council President. I will be voting to approve with the understanding that we can revisit this in the 10 days. So I want to do my research. I want to see if there's other funding that is available to get this done. Another way to get it done, if it's possible. So I will be saying yes with the understanding that in 10 days, we can revisit it.
Can I just clarify something? So we have to pass the budget by Friday, subject to meeting all the other legal requirements of state law. We're going to have another hearing on June 1st, which is way more than 10 days, right? So on June 1st, or anytime between that Friday and June 1st, the council can reconvene and make other cuts and changes. So it's more than 10 days that you can get this information, but this could be, that you can reverse everything you do tonight on June 1st. If somehow we hit the lottery and you have $10 billion in the budget. So I just want to make sure that this 10 days notion is an advertisement requirement. It's not a hearing requirement.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Councilman Bonanno, I'm going to go all the way around.
Can I ask a member of the administration to, for that meeting on June 1st, to direct the grant writer to see if there are any grants available for police vehicles and have some sort of answer on that?
I believe
At
I
that
see
time.
Director Moretti saying he'll do that. Yep,
Again, I don't want to take this, I don't want to do this.
right here.
We understand.
We get it.
I want everybody to know I don't, you know?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you, President Wall. And thank you, Councilman Bonanno. That was what I was going to say about the grants, because I've gotten a lot of grants for my vehicle specifically. So I think they're out there. So check that out. The other item is if we could get a schedule of police vehicles and when you change them over, I think that would help the council when they're reviewing this. So if we could get that, that would be wonderful.
Director, that'd be okay? You get that to us? Perfect. Any other comments? Clerk, please call the roll. And remember, I guess the motion to approve means you approve of the cut. And motion to deny, you're against it.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
No.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
No.
Council President Wall.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
let me just make a comment, a general comment. And please don't take this the wrong way, Councilman. We have a school department that's ready to make enormous cuts in their, enormous, unheard of cuts in their budget. We're never going to get there and help them out unless we stop making decisions such as removing automobiles or anything else. So please keep that in mind. We're trying to reinstate the senior center. We're also trying to help the Cranston School Department. And believe me, they need help right now. They're in the worst condition I've ever seen them in.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Andujar, and then we have to get a motion for the next one.
I just want to remind the mayor that this council didn't create this problem. And we're working tirelessly to get this done, but I am not going to jeopardize public safety or quality of life ever.
I guess you want to jeopardize the education of our young kids then.
All right.
That's
guys.
why we have.
Guys, we're not gonna have a debate back and forth. Each one's been recognized. Each one has spoken. All right, now we're gonna take a vote on the remaining items on the block. There was already a motion previously. You'd like to say something?
I know it's not a lot of money. I believe it's a $5,000 reduction. But on postage for the Treasury Department, with all the tax bills that go out and with the postage increase in cost, we can't afford to reduce it. If anything, maybe it should have been increased, but be that as it may, we left it at the figure it was last year. So just keep that in mind. I know it's not a lot of money, but I'm concerned that we'll have enough in the postage account to take care of sending out bills, sending out tax notices, delinquent notices, et cetera, because I believe the rate for postage right now is like 60 some odd cents an envelope.
Thank you, Director. Is any other comments on the block?
Mr. President,
Councilman Bonanno.
if we're going to fight like this over every single thing, I shouldn't say fight. If we're going to debate $5,000 in postage, we're never going to make it. We're never going to make it. And I'm telling you, I'm getting irritated. Okay? We're never going to make it. So I understand this is less than what is ideal for the situation. Okay? Closing the senior center and underfunding the school department is a lot worse than making it work with $5,000 less in stamps.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments? Okay. Clerk, please take a roll on the block.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, from way back there, I believe the next motion was going to come from, the next block was going to come from Councilman Ritz.
Thank you. I'm making a motion to remove the entire Economic Development Department. So it's line items 110, Department 110, Division of Economic Development, 51100, salary schedule, 51300, payroll taxes, 51301, pension contribution, 51302, hospitalization, 51304, group life insurance, 52000, office supplies and expenses, 52753, program activities. And if we can make a recommendation, our caucus would be to help keep economic development in the city is to move these duties to the deputy chief of staff.
Thank you, Councilman Ritz. Just before, let me get just for housekeeping, the Democratic Caucus had the same cuts, so I believe we're in agreement. But I'm gonna go to Councilman DeMayo. Councilman, how you want that job? Order DeMayo.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Councilman Rich, you wanted the full department, so there's two other categories that were omitted. So, account number 52000, office supplies to be reduced, and 52573 to be reduced. But what I will do is I'll read the totals so everybody knows the amounts and they're read into the
That's
record.
what I thought, just read.
So Department 1110, Division of Economic Development, line item 51100 is currently 83,637 to be reduced to zero. Line item 51300, payroll taxes, currently $6,398 to be reduced to zero. Line item number 51301, currently $8,481 to be reduced to zero. Line item 51302, hospitalization, current amount $30,110 to be reduced to zero. Line item 51304, group life, currently $192 to be reduced to zero. Line item 52000, office supplies and expenses, $400 to be reduced to zero. Line item 52753, program activities, currently $500 to be reduced to zero. And that would eliminate the full department.
Okay, so that's the block entirely. Are there any questions on the block? I see.
So we added two lines, Mr. DeMayo?
That's correct. I was just,
Amend your motion to add the two lines that you read, as read.
I'll make a motion to amend it as read.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. Your discussion on the amendment? Okay, so if there's no discussion on the amendment, then we're gonna take a motion for the block. There's no discussion on the amendment. I see none. Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, now I'm looking for a motion to approve the block as amended.
Approve the block as amended.
Is there a
Second.
second? There's a motion made and seconded. I know Councilman Andujar has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although I was never in agreement with that department, but there was an individual in there that does play an important role, especially in my community, the Latino community. So I would like to know if it's protocol or if it's right that I could ask the administration what would happen to an individual in that department.
You might want, Director, are you prepared to answer that question? I don't know if you heard it.
Director, the question is the individual from that department being moved somewhere else because that person, although lacks some skills in economic development, does play an important role in my community, which is the Latino community in Cranston. So my question is that person being moved anywhere else, or is that person going on unemployment tomorrow?
We don't have any, it's new to us, if you will. We've heard it's possible, but there's no slots that we have readily available. We're going to try to get creative with that, if you will, and give some thought to it. But at this moment, no, we don't have a position per se.
So if I heard you're gonna get creative, that's what I
don't know how creative we can be because it's.
I just
it has
wanted
be
to, I
approved
just wanted
with
to
the
note that.
council. It would be, maybe we'll probably take a look at, we'll have to see what happens relative to possibly open other positions in the city that might be Teamster positions perhaps, if they're not filled by, with the bumping system. So we'd have to see how this all plays out if there's something.
And then Director.
That's what I meant by creative.
Thank you, Director. And the last question is, if somebody Spanish speaking were to call your office, who is going to answer that call? Because as you know.
In the building, there's a gentleman in canvassing. And I believe that, I'm not sure of any other
Will that be a grievance if that person does somebody else?
Director Favicchio, when he's in, he's Spanish, fluent in Spanish.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? I see Councilwoman Haroyan.
I just wanted to go on the record. We didn't target one person. This is a department that I think every council person has agreed on that is non-functioning, not helping the taxpayers. We had many constituents come to us and saying it was a non-functioning department. I think most of us all agreed that the way that department is being run, the city is losing money. It's not bringing new businesses in that are functioning. It was proof during the grants that haven't been given out. We have gone to administration. We have voiced our concerns. We're going to take it out for a year, hopefully, and see what happens. And I fully agree with Councilman Ritz. Both parties had it on their list to remove the department in whole. I like his idea if we have that ability to shift the responsibility to the deputy chief of staff, but I don't know if we have that responsibility, but I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Planning.
Director
No,
Anzuli, I'll
that's
get you
okay.
as soon as I get the rest of the council members. Do I have any other hands? I see Councilman Bonanno.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I talk a lot, and I know it's getting late.
Sorry. There's always tomorrow.
The city, you're right. The city needs a robust economic development program. Whether or not we have a Department of Economic Development or not, I don't think has anything to do with the fact that we can create, and we can still create, a robust economic development program. The Director of Economic Development is a human being, is a fine human being. He's a nice person, and he definitely has value as an employee of the city. He has not been put in a position to succeed. And if he is placed in a position to succeed, he will succeed and he'll do well. I think that we have a multitude of talented people, and part of the function of government is to put those people in positions where their talent can shine. And if we shift, I think our deputy chief of staff would excel at this. And I know that he is not the only one. So I think the functions of this office, while we are zeroing out the money, the functions of this office should not cease, and we should uptick the functions of this office to get some robust businesses into vacant areas of our city. If you look at, I work at the ACI, if you're coming out of maximum security and you look across Pontiac Avenue, there's a whole lot of flat stuff going on over there that we can perhaps utilize and make it a little mini Route 2. And that's how we're gonna ultimately get out of a mess like this. So it's not personal. I think we need to, again, make very hard decisions. This is another very hard decision. But if we don't make them, we're not doing our job.
Council Attorney wanted to weigh in on something.
So I just want to advise the council, you're making budget cuts. We're gonna have to be very careful about not delving into job performance and whatnot. So you can certainly justify saying that the department, you don't believe it's needed and whatnot, but let's not get into personnel matters. Let's keep on the broader perspective of a budget cut, and we'll move much quicker. And I just don't want to get into areas that we might not be able to do in an open session like this. So let's just keep it on the budget. We're talking about finances. Any cuts you make, you're never talking about an individual or a person, or, we're talking about departments or line items in the department, but we should stay away from indicating, it's targeted against another person or whatever. That's just my advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney. All right, so I'm gonna take Director Anzuli, and then I'm gonna get you, Councilman. Go ahead.
Thank you. I won't go too far into this either. I just did want to note that this is a full-time job that has functions that will need to be reassigned, and maybe you guys can't choose who does them, but there are already some people doing literally 2 full-time jobs or more. So if you want it to be a robust department, I would think about how you can work with the administration to make that happen, because someone can't be out on the road making a Route 2 in Cranston and in the office doing another job at the same time. So I just want to put that out there. If we're all going to set each other up to succeed, then I just had to be honest with you about that. There are functions of that job, whether it's functioning right now currently to your desire or not is up to you, but there's a lot of work that could be done with Rhode Island Commerce and bringing in big box stores. et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to take a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. All right, so we're gonna take any further comments. We're just gonna turn it down over there on that side of the room. Councilman Trafficant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look, I'm not gonna talk about job performance. I'm not gonna talk about, where he should land. That's a mayoral decision, not ours. Cutting someone, we should not take lightly. I understand that. But, we have a superintendent on the other side of the aisle who's gonna cut 30 or 40 teachers and probably 20 or 30 teacher aides. It's unfortunate. We gotta make hard decisions when we're facing a budget crisis. And that's unfortunate. And unfortunately, we gotta make the decision.
Thank you. All right, I think we've pretty much exhausted this block. There's a motion already on the floor to approve. There is a second. I'm going to ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horian.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Okay, I believe Councilman Campopiano, you with the next block?
Thank you, Council President. I'll be working on Block 1400, Department of Parks and Recs. The first item is 51202, pool attendant wages, from 110,000 to 100,000. That's a $10,000 difference. Next is 1400, 51202, playground attendant wages from 275 to 200. I believe that's level funded from last year, if I'm correct. That's a $75,000 reduction. Line number 51300, payroll taxes, from 110,350 to 103,647.5. That's a $6,202.50. And lastly, line number 55002, trees and shrubs, from 35,000 to 30, savings of $5,000. That's it for me.
Okay, that's a motion on the floor. Is there a motion to approve? He made the motion? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. I see Councilwoman Graziano.
Sorry, I feel like that one of the numbers was wrong. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Order de Mayo, you want to take a look on, hold on a second. We just want to make sure we get the right number.
I think we might need an amendment.
Let's make sure.
So
Which one?
payroll taxes, I thought, did you say $6,502.50 for the differential? Okay, I didn't think that's what you said. I thought you said 62.
Did you have a different figure, Order? It's correct.
It's fine. Yeah.
Let me clarify, $6,502.50.
Actually, just if you could make it $6,503, they don't work with pennies.
As stated by the auditor.
All right, so we have the right figure. Good. We have a motion to approve. We have a second. Any other discussion on this block? I see Councilman Andujar.
I hate to be the person that's always complaining, but these cuts are going to affect wards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I just want to make that clear to everybody that my kids in my ward are going to be affected by this. That's all I want to say.
Councilman Ritz.
Thank you. Some of the logic behind this of how we got here was, especially with the playground tenant wages, a lot of that was related to the camp. And when we had the hearings, the director mentioned that he was reducing, I think it was 25 to 1 to 10 to 1 counselor. This one puts it back to 15, which was a reasonable number. Again, with the hard choices we have to take. And then with the pool wages, we thought it was a reasonable amount to cut that down. So we did put some thought into how we got there with this to minimize the impact.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Bonanno.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Councilman Ritz said. So last year, we were at 1 to 25. They wanted to put it 1 to 10 for the counselor to kid ratio. it's still better than last year, but it's not as good as they wanted it. So I think we're headed in the right direction. And I agree with you, Councilman Andahar. I mean, I have little kids and, so I think we're headed in the right direction. I also want to note that with respect to the playground attendant wages, we merely reverted to last year's number, which was within budget. Like I said, we're at a point where we got to get what we need and kind of issue what we want a little bit. So that's sort of, to piggyback, that's sort of the logic.
Okay, any other comments? All right, so we have a motion, a second. I'm gonna ask the clerk to please call the roll on the block.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Harayan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, and just for the sake of timing, the council attorney had a discussion sidebar with the administration. They're not going to be, giving any input regarding their opinion on it. They'll probably reserve that till tomorrow, any of those things. And we do appreciate that in the sake of time. Okay, Councilwoman Harayan, I gotta apologize that we've already taken your motion. So, but I think we got the gist of your spirit there. So I'm gonna move on to Councilwoman Graziano. I believe you have a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to take Department 1101 Executive line item 51200 part-time help $3,000 to zero it out. Also line item 52000 office supplies and expenses $2,000 and zero out that line item.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Do I see a hand? No? I see Councilman Campiano.
Yeah, I just have one question. So this is in the executive office. Now, I believe that the assistant chief of staff is in that office. We just zeroed out the office supplies in the economic development, and now we zeroed out the office supplies in that office. What supplies are they using, unless I got this wrong?
I'm not sure what you.
It says, it says, we're zeroing out number 52000, office supplies and expenses, $2,000.
Yep.
And we zeroed out the office supplies in the economic development. And then we're asking the assistant chief of staff to do those duties as the, but now there's no office supplies in either office. Am I correct in saying that, or am I missing something?
I have a feeling there is office supplies in those offices, but there's just no new office supplies. That's where I'm understanding. But Director.
Well, it doesn't say new
Hold on,
office supplies.
Hold on, I'm thinking, hold on a second. Yes. Oh, hold on, maybe.
Actually, what it is the original amount, we're funding it, level funding it from last year. So the total expenditure in the line item was a mistake in the schedule. It was 12,500. We're going to reduce it by 2,000, which will level fund it back to the 10,500.
That's
So what
much
does it
better.
say? What does it say? Because I've given my sheet away since then. What's it say on the sheet? Because I've given mine to one of you guys. You got two of them.
The sheet reads the reduction of 2,000, but
Reduction.
it assumes that it was taking it right out as a line item to zero, but it was just level funding it the previous year.
All right, so that's
Okay.
good. That's good. Good
Thank
to
you
hear.
for clarifying. that.
Councilman Andahar.
Mr. President, if you could just clarify for the public, when we started, you said this was their cuts. Now we're on.
We're on our
A.
cuts now.
Yeah, okay, so
Yes,
if you could
okay.
just-
I actually, good point, Councilman Andahar. The first up until Councilman Ritz, those were cuts that came about as part of the Republican caucus. This second group, which would also overlap with the economic development, was part of the cuts from the Democratic caucus that Councilman Graziano just read. Thank you for clarifying that. Do you want? Certainly. Actually, the order is willing to give some edification at this point.
To clarify the process this year, because of the extreme economic situation, we made the suggestion that each caucus come up with their own reductions, cuts, revenue increases, and submit them to me on a separate sheet. I compiled them on both sheets. So there was a lot of overlapping. Quite a few of the deductions came from both sides, and we just split them up and we're having them read now. So it was really collective, but we just tried to make it simplified. So when they were looking at it, they knew what their caucus came up with and what the other caucus came up with. So there's quite a bit overlap on some of the areas. And, you know, obviously, one caucus read some, the other caucus read some. So again, quite a bit of overlap.
Thank you. We also might mention that some of the stuff that came up in the budget hearings previously, I believe the administration was looking, they cut some of those things out. I believe administrative raises, department head raises, those things were cut out prior to us going as well. So some of those cuts were made, we didn't have to make them. Any other comments? All right, I see none. So the motion second, clerk, please call the roll on the block.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Okay, so the last one is, Mr. Councilman Trafficant, did you have any more, Councilman? No, that's the end of my line, because I don't have my, you have I have no more. All right, hold on one second, but I'm gonna take Councilman Graziano's question.
I think we have to extend in 3 minutes.
Oh, God, it is 10:30. believe it or not.
Motion to extend by 15 minutes.
So moved.
All right, motion.
Second.
All right, no discussion? Clerk, please call the roll. 15 minutes?
Hope springs eternal, Mr. President.
No kidding.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes. David, did you have clarification? Come on up to the microphone.
I have clarification on the last one that was on our list. It was the impact fees. So the total of the impact fees currently is 43,000 in total. So when you make the amendment, it's the amendment to reduce the police rent by 43,000. And again, that'll go into the total. But also Director Anzuli will prepare an ordinance, as we have to do every year, so we can reallocate those funds.
Okay, thank you, Auditor. I believe the last amendment we have this evening is Councilman Trafficante came up with the next one. Councilman Trafficante, you do have amendment?
It's block 1200 fire department. And it's 51101 fire overtime. The budget goes from 4,500,000 to an increase of 6,300,000. We are reducing, that's an increase of $1.8 million. We are reducing it by $100,000 to $1.7 million increase.
All right, hold on one second.
Mayor, I think the current budget has 6.3 million as the total, and we want to reduce it to 6.2 million, which would be $100,000 reduction.
I'll second the motion.
Did I say that?
No.
Yes.
No, I didn't say that.
All right, so for clarification, in the record, Auditor Mayor, we want to read the proper number. So the motion is made and seconded, just so we have it correct. Just
Yeah.
read the figure.
It is Department 1200, Fire, account number 51101, overtime, currently in the budget for 6.3 million. We'd like to reduce it to 6.2 million, which is a reduction of $100,000.
So now we have a motion, and who's the second?
And
There we go. Any discussion?
Yes. You know, I was a former math teacher.
We all can make a mistake. All right. So, all right, you got motions made and second. Any discussion? Councilman Andujar.
I just want to thank our firefighters for coming out every day and helping our citizens. It's sad that we have to do this, but as Mayor Trafficante said, we have to make some serious cuts, and this is one of them. So I apologize, but it's something we have to do.
Any other discussion? Councilman Banano.
Just want to say that, well, I want to ask the question because the fire, and let me preface this by saying it's no fault of the firefighters. So I want to say that very clearly. But we've gotten in trouble with this line item, and I just want to ask the question so it's on the record that the finance director, the auditor, the deputy finance director, and the director of administration, I want to know that this is good. I want it stated on the record that everybody's cool with this and it's gonna probably not get us in trouble down the road. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball and you can't,
I
but
might ask the director to
Chairman?
answer that. Hold on, let the director answer that question, and then I'll go to Councilman Trafficant.
Councilman, I think you said it best at the end. It probably won't get us in trouble.
About as best we're
It's,
gonna
it's a risk. It's risking the budget. But what happened is we relooked at the trend and how we're doing. That's how the best way possible to do this, because we don't know what fires are going to be happening and so on and so forth. But the trend over the last, the last look from about a month ago was going in this direction that would tolerate that. But again, a budget is a guess. It's a best guess. And this is where the trend is. And that's the basis of saying it's a worthy, it's a reasonable reduction or a reasonable estimate for next year. The 4,000,001 is not a reasonable amount.
Yeah, so that's a good answer for me. I was just gonna ask that question. Councilman Trafficant, you had a question?
I was just going to note the
Statement?
fact that, Chris, this recommendation came from the administration.
Yep.
That's why I made the motion.
all right, and thank you. Thank you, but I just want to make sure that it's on the record. You know, if we put it on the record 5 times, I think that might be enough, but, you know, thank you.
It's on the record. One more?
Just to mention, the mayor mentioned, it was a recommendation from the mayor, from the administration, but with the wishes for it to be restored to the senior center.
All right, thank you so much. Okay. I've got, David, you need it? You need the microphone for anything, or are you good? All right, so motion made, second, and I had enough discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Banano.
Yes,
Council Vice President Harayan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Okay. Now, we all know we're not going to adopt the budget tonight, so I'm going to ask to continue the items. I don't believe, yes. I do have one more.
We have it on our sheet. I don't know if we wanted to make a motion for the impact fees.
You want to give it to,
Take the motion.
Make-
and adopt it.
yeah,
Recommend the motion.
just say it and we'll get somebody.
I recommend that in category 1202, police, police rent category 53209, reduce it by 43,000, which would be the impact fees currently. The Cranston East impact fees are 38,000, and the Cranston West impact fees are 5,000 for a total of $43,000.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, motion made and second is in discussion. All right, clerk, please call the roll. I was looking for you. I knew you wouldn't let me go.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Banano.
yes,
Council Vice President Harayan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. So. Yeah, so I'm gonna go right down. All right, so at this time, I'm gonna entertain a motion to continue the amendment process, revising the proposed budget for 2026-27.
So moved.
Second.
So let me just say for clarity, till tomorrow, because we only have one day, all right? So motion made and second, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll. I'm going right now.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Banano.
yes.
Council Vice President Harayan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Next, we're going to move on to budget adoption. I'm going to ask for a motion to continue the adoption of the revised budget of the fiscal year, July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, as amended by the city council. Is a motion to continue till tomorrow.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horian.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Next, I'm looking for a motion to continue a resolution of the city council adopting the revised operating budget and revised salary schedule for the general fund and sewer fund as amended, ice rink fund and claims committee insurance fund, and the revised capital budget for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, and adopting the revised capital improvement program for the 4 succeeding years. Is there a motion to continue to?
So moved.
till tomorrow?
Second.
All right, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano. Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horian.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Next, I'm going to be looking for a motion to continue the resolution authorizing the adoption of the revised capital budget for the fiscal year 2027 and the revised capital improvement program for the fiscal year 2027 through 2031 pursuant to section 6.12 of the Home Rule Charter of the City of Cranston. Is there a motion to continue till tomorrow?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman
Sometime.
Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano. Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horian.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. Next, I'm looking for a motion to continue the revised ordinance of making annual appropriations for the city of Cranston for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027. Is there a motion to
So moved,
continue
Mr.
till
Chairman.
tomorrow? Motion made. Is there a second? You guys got to keep.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. No discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri. Councilman Campopiano. Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horian.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes, I'm looking now for a motion to continue the resolution authorizing the assessment of valuations and levies of taxes and the rateable real estate tax and tangible personal property tax for the city of Cranston, tabled on April 29, 2026.
So
Is
moved.
there a motion to continue to tomorrow? I hear a motion. Is there a
Second.
All right, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano. Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horian.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. All right, next, I'm looking for a motion to continue the ordinance fixing the date when the taxes are assessed as of December 31st, 2025, and will be due and payable, and the date when the unpaid taxes will carry a penalty, tabled April 29, 2026. Is there a motion to continue till tomorrow?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano. Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano. Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horian.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. It's in here somewhere. so. Yeah, but don't we have one? It's tonight. Go to tonight. Did I see it wrong? Yeah, today. All right. Next, an introduction to new business. At this time, I'd like to have a motion. I got to read that. Jeez. That's how you make the meeting end. You just take it away from me. A motion to refer to a special finance committee, which will be in about 5 minutes, a resolution in support of the Rhode Island General Assembly legislation authorizing the city of Cranston for a one-year levy cap exemption for fiscal year 2027, not to exceed 5.5%, 5.5% under Rhode Island General Law 4452, sponsored by myself, to be referred to a special finance committee on May the 14th, very soon. Is there a motion to refer?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? There being none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
I just wanted to be added to that resolution, Mr. President.
Oh, yes. Anybody else want to be added? Please add Councilman Andujar. Thank you, Councilman Andujar. No others? Very good. All right, now clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Councilman Campopiano.
No.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Council Vice President Horayan.
Yes.
Council President Wall.
Yes. All right, we're gonna take about 5 minutes because I have, oh, sorry. Chair would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moves a second.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. We'll convene in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Ready to go?
Guys, seriously, I need people to keep it down a bit. I can't hear.
Order. Today is Thursday, May 14th at 10:51 PM. Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Did he leave? Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Here.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Council President Wall.
Here.
At this time, I would like to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on docketed items only? Please step up to the microphone. Seeing none. Clerk, is there anyone online that would like to make public comment on docketed items only?
There is no public comment online.
At this time, I would like to close public comment. Clerk, please note that Councilman Ritz is present. At this time, we are moving on to new matters before the committee. There's a resolution in support of Rhode Island General Assembly legislation authorizing the city of Cranston a one-year levy cap exemption for fiscal year 2027, not to exceed 5.5%, which is 5.5, under Rhode Island General Law, Section 44-5-2, sponsored by Council President Wall and myself. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. President.
I think earlier on the evening, we discussed the fact that if we do go over the 5% cap, we're gonna get ourselves in a situation where it's gonna extend the time longer, and we will definitely run into a problem with the tax bills. For that reason, I'm gonna make a motion to amend this resolution to change the 5.5% tax increase to a 4.99, so we'll be under the 5. That way we won't run into that problem with the Office of Revenue.
I will second that.
Wait, so I think I have to withdraw my motion then? Okay.
Just an amendment,
All
yeah,
right.
thank you.
So I have a second on the amendment to 4.99. There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion on it? Councilman Bonanno.
Thank you. I don't have a vote. I'm in support of this. And I also want to iterate for those people out in TV land, because there's only three people left here. Oh, Anthony's tying his shoe. This is just an option. This is just an option. It gives us a cushion. This does not mean that we're going to raise the tax levy to 4.99%. I want to be very clear about that. I think everybody on the council wants to be clear about that to the public. So it's just an option that we could exercise if certain things don't fall the way we want them to. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yeah, and Councilman Bonanno rightfully said it, and I've said it out loud, when the agenda did come out, people jumped to the conclusions. It makes a nice headline. Every resolution has to be voted on. Every piece of legislation can be amended, like I assume we're gonna amend tonight. And it does give us room in case we did need that. If we ever needed a appropriation beyond extra appropriation, we wouldn't have an option because we're over the cap already. So as much as it hurt me to write that, I think it was necessary. All right. I hope my colleagues will support it. No, that's the chair.
Any other further discussion? Director.
Just to give you a perspective, so that allows you to go from the 4.65 you already approved to 4.99, which is 0.34, which is roughly $656,000. So that'll give you a perspective of how much more money would be available to allocate if that was to be approved at the General Assembly and then come back to the council.
And Mr. Auditor, you're in concurrent with the administration, and you guys spoke about that, and everybody's on the same page.
Yes, and actually, it was with our legal counsel, it was basically on the timing. So he advised us that the 4.99 was the max.
Any further discussion? Mr. President, I want to thank you personally for submitting this. It's very hard, but we might need it. So I thank you for your leadership.
Thank
With that, clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz. Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes,
Council President Wall.
Yes.
motion passes. At this time, I may entertain a motion to adjourn. Oh, okay. Now, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the
So,
amendment.
so move.
Second.
As amended.
Second.
Yep. And so now we're into discussion. I see council, okay. No discussion. Clerk, please take a roll.
Can someone just repeat for me who made that motion and seconded?
The motion as amended.
And I
And-
seconded.
Yep.
Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Councilwoman Vaziri.
Yes.
Council Vice President Haroyan.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes,
Council President Wall.
Yes.
motion carries. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. We are adjourned at a 10:56.